State Senator Donzella James, Chair Urban Affairs. And we have a very crowded schedule right here, so we need to get started immediately. We have two main issues that we're going to discuss, and that will be HOA first, and then we'll talk about the, of course, rent control. So we'll talk about that immediately following. So these are two official hearings, and I look forward to hearing your concerns. If you have not signed if you want to speak and you didn't sign the list, we need you to come and sign it at this time. And did you, did we have the ones that are for rent control and the ones that are for the second? I don't see that outlined on here. Hello, everyone. I think we need to put a table in the back so that the people who are coming in could sign that, the new ones. What do you think? No, because we won't know.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to get started as soon as they finish signing this. I'm going to start with prayer. And our Vice Chairwoman, Senator Sonia Halpern, is going to start us in prayer, and then we'll have introductions after that. Go ahead, please. Bow your heads, please. Those who are believers, and those who are not, we understand. Thank you.
Lord, Lord, we thank you for another day in which we can come together and do the work for the people of this great state of Georgia. Thank you for traveling mercies and for gathering us to talk about some important issues as an Urban Affairs Committee. We thank you for the grace you share with us each day. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
May I ask a question?
We now will have a roll call. Do you want to do the roll call? Or you want me to have it? I'm going to just call the members. You'll see that we were joined by several of our members from the House of Representatives who have similar bills and interests. And we're a united front, so we're all here together to hear you so that we can make some positive changes and change the problems that we have with our HOA system and with the prohibition against rent control that we have here in the state of Georgia. So I'd like to start at the end. You go ahead and what's your number? Lucas, Senator Lucas, David Lucas. I just wanted you to say hello. Number what? 14?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, how y'all doing? But let the church say amen.
And he came all the way from Macon, Georgia. And it's not just the Atlanta area that's having these problems, it's all over our state and our nation. But we're concerned right here with making things just and fair in the state of Georgia. Thank you, Senator Lucas. And now, even though you did our prayer, we want to
Senator Sonia Halpern, I represent District 39, which is right here in the Atlanta area. And my district is a north to south district fully in Fulton County. Glad to be with you today. I'm vice chair of the committee and excited for us to dig into these particular issues again today.
Thank you. And Senator Emanuel Jones, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am
6.
Yep. State Senator Emanuel Jones. I represent the 10th District, which includes South DeKalb from Stonecrest all the way down to the southwestern part of Henry County, Hampton, Georgia.
Thank you very much. And you have several people who have called from your area who are truly concerned with not only the rent control, they're interested in that because their rents are there in that area doubling and tripling and even quadrupling. So they're interested in that and in HOAs and the problems. HOAs can be a good thing, but it's been a problem too with people losing homes.
And
Or-
Madam
or-
Chair, Henry County is sort of like ground zero for a lot of the issues that you're discussing today, particularly as it pertains to corporate housing. And that's why the rents in the county is continuing to increase because of those corporate entities from Wall Street that's buying up these large subdivisions and converting them into rentals.
Well, that's why we're here. We're gonna make sure that we are fair to those who want to do business here, but they have to be fair and not gouge our renters.
Absolutely.
Okay,
couldn't agree
thank
more.
you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And next to you is our House member. Go ahead, Mandisha Thomas.
Greetings. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm State Representative Mandisha Thomas from the 65th District. I service South Fulton, Douglas, and Coweta County, unincorporated Douglas and Coweta County. And I want to personally thank you, Senator James, for bringing SR 37, which is the Study Committee on the Condominium and Association Study Committee. We have several problems in District 65, some of that which you and I share, as well as Representative Kim Schofield with the Camelot community, condominium community, where people who feel that they are unsafe, environmental hazards, and that the HOA transparency laws are not forthcoming, as well as Aniwaki Trails in Douglasville, Georgia, and Viewpoint Condominiums in Conyers, Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Representative Cummings, who knows the law. And we're so glad you're here with us. You're from Cobb, right? Well, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Cummings. I'm representative from the 39th District, which is Mableton and Smyrna. And I thank you so much, not only for the bill, but for having this hearing today and to allowing us to sit up here with you to participate. Mableton is a new city in Georgia, the newest city. And as of November the 8th, when the elections were held, it became the largest city in Cobb County. We have a huge problem with tenants being evicted, with rents going up, and it impacts working class people, the people that work in our restaurants, the people that work in our grocery stores, the people that teach in our schools. It impacts, everyone. And it's not just a lower class problem. It's a problem. It's a middle class problem. It's a problem across the board. We know it's not just here in Georgia, but in Georgia, with the prohibition against any type of rent control, it really prevents any municipality, any local government, any county, any city from addressing the issue in a way that benefits their constituents. So that's why I'm here today. It's a big problem. I think it's a problem that goes across the state. And if we can do something about it, just to give local governments control to negotiate and address the problem would be a huge step in the right direction. So I want to thank you again for this hearing. I want to thank Representative Rhonda Taylor for her companion, not really a companion piece of legislation, but she also had the legislation, and whoever can get it across that, across the floor first and get it into the next chamber. I think that you can tell here today that everybody on both sides, they're willing to carry it and to advocate for it. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Taylor, Representative Wanda Taylor, excuse me. 11.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. I am so thrilled to be a part of this initiative. And as Representative has said, that I do have a bill that is very similar to Senator James's bill. Mine is, excuse me, House Bill 627. And we are very avid and adamant about making sure that we get some type of progress. And again, if we can get it through the Urban Affairs on the Senate side, I'd be more than happy to carry it on the House side, because we know that 37 states already have some type of control measures or prohibitions, where and Georgia is one of the worst states in the country that has rent control or rent prohibition and one of the worst laws. So we are definitely on a mission, and we're determined to make sure that we are able to make a change and bring about the necessary laws that allows municipalities on a local level to implement rent control where it is needed and not be subject to a state law that says there is no rent prohibition. So I look forward to the conversation and from hearing from you all, and welcome again.
Thank you. And to Representative Viola Davis, please introduce yourself. Say, well, I have you down.
Okay.
Is it working?
Okay. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Representative Viola Davis, and I serve House District 87, primarily in Tucker, Stone Mountain, and Pine Lake. I want to first say thank you all, especially those of you who are here to discuss the HOA, POA, and also your condominium associations. I know that that'll be the first one that we'll be dealing with, so I'm gonna go ahead and move forward so that we can get the show on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Kim Schofield.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting this very important hearing and dealing with this subject. Thank you to my colleagues for being here. I am State Representative Kim Schofield that represents the Great District 63. Sorry, Representative. And I represent portions of Fulton County, South Fulton, the city of South Fulton, and city of Atlanta. I am here today because this has been a long-standing issue that has been let's say we have not tackled this well, and we've been doing this for we've had a bill for years trying to get these issues resolved with the bad actors of the HOAs. I'm targeting bad actors. If you're doing good, then you're all right with me, but most of the ones that we're talking about today have some issues. Whereas they're attaching water and utility bills to take people's property. One area is in the area of Monticello Park in the city of Atlanta. We've had some major problems for years. So the lack of transparency and oversight is something that I'm hoping that we will, as legislators, be able to change the game and protect homeowners that are doing the right thing and support those HOAs that are. And then rent control. I mean, this has been another issue that we've got to do better in protecting the folks where they live. This is a best state to work. So let's make it the best state to live.
Thank you very much. And on the end, we have our attorney from, you want to introduce yourself? Yeah, say hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Carter. I work with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and I'm here to assist in any way I can to help our members draft legislation that affects all of us. Thank you.
Are you number one?
My mother always said so.
Tell your name.
Recently branded again as the Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis, but our role is unchanged and we're going to be here with you.
We thank you. And Sam, would you like to come up and say something to give your name? Senate Press.
Stream online, so yeah, thank you.
And we are streaming, so people can call in. And I think if you gave us your name in advance, we can Zoom you in, but I don't have any names. Yes, we do have 3. So we'll call them next. However, let us get started with the first person that's going to come up. We're going to talk about HOAs first. And we want to hear your concerns, because even though we're starting on November 29th for a special session, we'll only be discussing during that session redrawn lines. So it'll be the second week of January that we can actually present any legislation that comes from what we're talking about today. But we'll still be ready, and we hope that you will come back and support it at that time. So I'd like to call the first person is our councilman from Fairburn, Georgia, Mr. James Whitmore. Are you still here? Whitmore. Oh, there you go. Please come up and take a seat and give us your concerns about the HOAs. Right here. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'm Councilman James Whitmore from the great city of Fairburn, where we are situated to succeed. And Senator, I would be remiss if I did not thank you for taking this charge on along with your colleagues, because this is very important. And as you know, even on my election night celebration, there were some of the citizens there just having conversation with you. So I felt compelled to at least come and add my worth to this conversation. In so doing, what I would like to say, and I'm going to talk about a community in the city of Fairburn, which is considered one of the most respected communities. All right. And it's called Durham Lakes Golf and Country Club. I am a resident there. I must admit that after leaving that seat of president some years ago and then going into public office, I refuse to engage in any conversations because I believe in letting the management and the people that are elected to handle the affairs of the association do such. But in this case, I am stepping out as a citizen and also as a councilman in the city of Fairburn. So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm going to give you a little history. Back in 2011, HOA assessments was $450 a year. Couple of years later, it was increased to $600. Years later, it was increased to $800. That was about 2 years ago. And as of the 26th of October, management sent all of our residents a letter stating that it's going up again another $200. That's going to be $1,000 a year. Now, if there was some reason for it, I would say, okay, let's go there. Okay, but then when I ask certain questions, and those questions would be, what has changed? Back when I was president, we only had about 200 homeowners at that time. When the community is totally built out, we're going to have approximately 875. We're about 860 right now. So do the math. Even with going up to $1,000, that's $800,000 a year. That's going into the reserve account. We already have a large reserve account. So my question to them would be, as well as yourself, ma'am, what has changed? And I'm going to say nothing.
Okay.
I'm going to say there's no new amenities. There's no increase in the pool area. There's no increase in the tennis court, basketball court. What are we paying these fees for? We're responsible for what? The common areas. It's not much in the common areas at all.
Mhm.
You have a contractor that comes through and cut the grass. It's a week. The city pays for the lights because the streets of the city. So I'm having a real hard time trying to understand, with a large reserve about $500,000, and now you want to continuously go up. And I'm hearing it while I was on the campaign trail. And so I just felt compelled just to come and just share that little tidbit as an elected official in my city. Now, and I understand that this is countrywide, but we're here in the city of, in the state of Georgia. We have a responsibility as elected officials to look at things that are not being reviewed, considered, or we have no legislation governing them. It's time for some governance for these HOAs. I'm telling you that I have some members that live in my community that said they're ready to move out. The question is, where are you going to go?
Right.
Where are you going to go? You know, we're already paying more because our values on our properties have gone up. So we're paying more taxes with the state. So we're going to continuously go up, 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 up. We need some sort of legislation that is going to address and help, whether it be local municipalities or whether it be state, to put some control on this, because sooner or later, we're going to outprice everyone, and a lot of us will be leaving the state. I came down here back in 2011 from New Jersey. And when I came here, the one thing that I said to my kids, I had 2 grown sons up in New Jersey, said I should have moved down here 30 years ago. Why? I live in a community that I adore. The house size is double what I had in New Jersey. And I was paying $15,000 a year in New Jersey. Not paying that here. I'm happy about that. I want to protect what I have and what I live for. I'm a retired man. I don't need to have anything additional added to when there's no reason for it. And the key word for me is, why are we doing this? And I'm sure that if we ask other HOAs, POAs, they're going to have some of the same concerns that I have, and they are asking those questions as well, and they're not getting any answers. So by being here today, and I would like to thank you for inviting me, Senator. I did see, I think you had a news conference not too long ago that I saw, and I told members of the HOA that this is something that's already on the dockets that you're reviewing with a committee. So we applaud you for that. In addition, I'm going to leave you this letter for your records.
Okay.
But when I looked at the records, the decision has already been made to increase those fees as of the 1st of January. No communication with the community whatsoever. The next meeting, the annual meeting, is for 2 December. This was addressed October 26th. What does that tell you? Are they going to be concerned about the input that those residents have to say in reference to these increases? Are they going to be fully transparent and give us the answers that we're looking for as far as where's all this money going? I'm not accusing anyone of misappropriation. I just want to see fairness and accountability. And that's why I'm here, because as my citizens respect me for what I do in my city, I respect each and every one of you, and we need your help. I'm not going to read this for the record, ma'am, but I will leave it to be added into the minutes for this session today. And I thank you with all of my heart for this time and the ability to address each and every one of you. Thank you.
Councilman Whitmore, I thank you for being here. But before you sit down, will you take a few questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Miss Representative Cummings.
Good afternoon, Councilman Whitmore.
Good afternoon.
What part of New Jersey are you from?
Oh, it's like I have some Garden Staters here. I was born and raised in Trenton, New Jersey.
Okay.
And you have a colleague that sits as a representative in the state of Georgia named State Rep Lydia Glaze,
Yes.
Mhm.
who went to the same high school that I've gone to.
Oh, my.
Okay.
And when she decided to run for city council, found out that we both graduated the same year and never knew each other. 1,200 graduating seniors. So no, we didn't know each other. So yes, I'm from New Jersey.
I grew up in Teaneck,
Okay.
New Jersey, and the person that I sit next to, Representative Angela Moore, come to find out that we were both raised in Teaneck and never knew each other. So very similar stories. I do have a few questions for you. You mentioned that at some point you were president of what I'm thinking was an HOA board.
That is correct.
And the HOA board makes these decisions, not the property management companies unless they're renters, I guess. So my question is, what's going on with your HOA board and how come they're not being held accountable?
Well, let me, and maybe I misspoke or I was misunderstood. This letter comes from the management company
Correct.
with the blessing of the board.
With the direction of the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as a former president of the board, I understand wholeheartedly what we can do, what we shouldn't do. Now, we all have covenants, and some covenants are, how shall I say, will be less desirable than others. But I can tell you, when I was the president and the builder for that community wanted to go up on assessments, I told him absolutely not. And I fought him and I stood my ground and we didn't do it. Because the same questions that I'm asking about this particular increase, I asked him the same thing, which means more money would go into his pocket. Why? We only had 200 homes at that time.
Right.
Now we have over 800 homes. Do the math.
Oh, no, I get it. I live in this subdivision, Legacy at the Riverline, and it took a couple of years we had an advisory board until the builder turned it over, and that's when the HOA board was formed. Now, so I'm wondering, at 800 homes, has the builder turned it over to the HOA board? Do you have an actual functioning HOA board, or is it still an advisory board?
No, we have a functioning HOA board, POA Association board. It has been turned over. It's been turned over now for about 5 years. What I would say now, I used to know the covenants inside out, upside down, backwards, forward. And I am not as fully abreast right now, but after Tuesday, I'm going back to pull out those notes and start looking at it. Now, as you may be aware, that when you have these boards, and if you want to make changes in the covenants, you have to have at least a 2/3 majority.
Exactly.
Part of the problem that we have, and I'm sure is happening in other HOAs just like mine, people come in from work, push the button, garage door opens, push the button, garage door goes down, you don't see them, you don't hear from them. So therefore, even if you brought something that you want, something up that you wanted to change in the covenants, it's nearly impossible to do it because you don't have the people that understands the impact of them not coming out and voicing their opinions.
Well, I can only say I sit on the HOA board in my subdivision, and we have a master board that takes care of the common areas. We also have a separate board for the condos, and then the townhomes have their own board. And let me just share to you what happened with the townhomes when they went up $50. The residents got together, they voted the entire board off. They voted in a new board. And there were some problems with responsiveness of that board. And the residents got together and they were 7 votes short of removing them for being non-responsive. So I still go back to, there are remedies in place with your HOA board. You simply vote them off. You have 800 and something homes there. And again, you have to get what happened with the townhomes. And it didn't involve, I'm in a single family home, so it involved us only up until a certain extent. But over a $50 increase, that entire board was removed. So I'm hearing rumblings, but I'm not hearing an answer as to why those board members aren't held to task, aren't held accountable, aren't voted off. There should be an election. I don't know if your board does elections every year, every 2 years, or how that works.
Well, let me say that yes, they can be removed, and you probably gave a perfect example of what really happens. You may be somebody that's involved, But you have a lot of people that will sit back and they do not want to run for those positions. Now, the previous election that we had, we didn't even have a quorum. And you find that through most HOAs. And you also find that you have a lot of grumblings and complaints. But how do we get to the real meat and the real solutions? It would be to remove the board. I agree with you. But we need to have people to step up to the plate that's willing to volunteer. It's a volunteer board.
You don't have to tell me.
And those people,
It's not, and it's a lot of work.
they do not want to use their free time away from the family dealing with that. And I'll use myself as a prime example. I used to eat, sleep, and drink Durham Lakes Golf and Country Club. I knew everything that there was to know. I also understood that during my tenure, when people weren't paying their assessments, it fell on those of us that were being good neighbors and paying.
Mhm.
And I remember the first homeowner that I took to court, not too far from here. And he stood in front of me and our attorney, and he said, I can't believe my neighbor is taking me to court. That made me feel bad until I thought about it, and I came back at him and I said, I can't believe you lived here from the beginning of this community and has not paid one assessment for your entire time here. So that means I'm covering you, and that's not fair to me. Not only did I go out after homeowners, as you know, when the market crashed, we had all these empty lots all over the place. I went after them as well because the covenants did not differentiate whether it was home on it or whether it was empty land. They still had a responsibility to pay because we still were paying to have the whole community, the grass cut in the common areas. So yes, I took homeowners to court and I took these investors to court as well. And we have prevailed. So when I left office, I left them with a surplus because I knew the importance of what I had done in the past to get us to where we were. I don't know if any of y'all experienced going into a community. I'm 6'2". I had grass and weeds coming out to the sidewalk as tall as me. That was unacceptable. 2 lots away from my house, unacceptable.
I understand, but I guess what I'm trying to get to with my subdivision, we didn't even collect during the pandemic. We gave people a break, especially if they came to us and told us that they were having problems. But that's something that the HOA board decided to do as a board because of the situation. So as you can tell, and as you know, every HOA board operates differently. They make those determinations. And, you do the best that you can because we are all neighbors, are a community. I guess I'm wondering, I know that every vendor has gone up for cutting that grass. I don't know if you have flowers. I don't know if you're like my subdivision where we're responsible for the streets. We're responsible for the sidewalks. We're responsible for repairing the sinkholes. We're responsible for all of it because it's a gated community. So I don't know what your exact situation is, but I find myself going back again as to you're concerned about it. I'm hoping that other people in your subdivision are also concerned about this if you can't get them to a meeting to even discuss the issue. And if that's the problem, that sounds like another problem, but not necessarily a legislative one. If you can't get your people, interested, apathy exists everywhere. But I tell you one thing, you go up on HOA fees, that tends to get people's attention. So I'm wondering again, where has the HOA board been held accountable? Where have they been taken to task, or at least asked those questions that you're saying that's unanswered here today?
There's a meeting that's taking place a week from Saturday that we have a couple of homeowners that finally put it out there, and we have people that signed a petition and they're willing to fight along with us. And it looks like the library is not going to be big enough to house us all. So we're finally getting people to come out because they understand the importance of it. And we're blessed enough not to have to worry about sinkholes in the streets and sidewalks because we have city streets. And the city of Fairburn takes very good care of those areas. So we're different in a sense,
Right.
but we're the same in other ways.
Right. Well,
Thank you.
very
We're gonna
much.
have to stop because we have 22 people that actually signed up for this. And we have to have 3 minutes, and then we'll take only one question from for the rest of the time. And it has to be a burning question for one of the members or one of our representative guests who are here. But you have given us a lot of information. Did you leave that letter already? Okay. I want to get it.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
each and every one of you for what you do on a daily basis.
Thank you, sir. We have Councilwoman Linda Pritchard. And are you here? From the city of South Fulton. And also after that, we have Jet Tony from the Georgia Affordability Housing Coalition. So thank you very much.
Good
And
afternoon.
congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
For reelection.
Thank you. My name is Councilwoman Linda Pritchett, and I'm from the city of South Fulton. And the areas that I represent are off of Old National, where you represent, well, actually Senator Halpern represents, and the area that I live in is where you represent Senator James. And so I'm here today to talk about HOAs. There's a very large community in my district called Oakley Township. And to what the representative was talking about with regards to being able to vote, in this particular community, the HOA president bought a parcel of land. And he moved out of the subdivision. He should not be allowed to continue to maintain that seat. However, every time that they try to have a meeting and establish a quorum, the president and their attorneys says there's no quorum. They bring police, they do intimidation tactics, where the residents for the last 3 years have been fighting to be able to regain control of the HOA, and they have been unsuccessful. To answer your question, that my colleague was talking about, there is no mechanism to hold HOAs accountable. Although HOAs are nonprofit corporations, I believe. I'm a certified paralegal of 20 years, so I'm familiar with a lot of the legal portion of this. But although the Secretary of State oversees these corporations, there is nothing that you can do other than residents pull their money together to get attorneys. The HOAs have their attorneys that the actual residents are the ones who paid for, but they have to come up with, at the very least, $2,500 to $5,000 just to be able to get a lawsuit drafted and get before the court. I think that this is wrong. You know, also there is a HOA in our city, Camelot, which Representative Thomas talked about, where HOA individuals received monies from an insurance claim off of a fire, and they mismanaged those funds, and now they have been indicted and things like that. But the problem is that HOAs are unregulated. Although there's an agency that regulates them, there's no formal process for residents or even board members to take these matters other than the courts, which is something that they are very unskilled in and many attorneys don't get involved in. So I'd like to see there be some regulation with regard to how these people function. Even board members, they don't even have parliamentary procedure. They don't know things that they should be actually doing. We have also a community, Walton Hills, in my district, that they have no amenities. The only expenditure they have are retention ponds, and the management company, who makes all their money off of fees, is constantly terrorizing these residents. They can't have yard signs. They can't put even a net for flies on their garage spaces without getting excessive fines. And sometimes even, and sorry, I'm rambling all over the place, but these are just crazy issues. in all of these HOAs, the management company and the boards excessively fine the residents so that if you have a fine, you can't vote. Or if you have a fine, it turns into a lien and then they take you to court because they have attorneys and you don't. So people are being really terrorized by HOAs. And additionally, it gets worse when they become POAs. I was the first vice president of my former community that we took over from the declarant board, and we were able to do a lot of really amazing stuff. And I think because of my legal background, my residents were protected. But I'm seeing abuse that is just unconscionable, where people do not like where they live. People cannot even put shutters on their house. They can't do anything to upgrade the value of their house because HOAs terrorize them. I have residents that have written letters about having to power wash their homes in December where you can't power wash anything. And these are fines that are in the excess of $2,500 to $10,000. So I am asking the state to really take a look at the regulation of HOA boards. There has to be some type of oversight or some type of mechanism where the local governments can step in, and because people are being deprived of their quality of life and of the value of their home because of this terroristic situation with HOAs that also have these covenants that infringe on people's enjoyment of their property.
Thank you so much. We, yes, we usually don't give a hand, but we're gonna give you a hand for that.
Thank you very much.
And for all that you have been doing for the different renters and homeowners. And even the, what is it? It's even trailer parks now with associations that are calling me and having the same kind of terrible problems, many that you have just discussed with us. So thank you. We are going to do something, and we will probably call you back in January if it comes up in the committee. I mean, when it comes up in the committee.
And
So we're claiming that right now, right?
My name is Councilwoman Linda Pritchett in the city of South Fulton. And we will be glad to support every piece of legislation related to these topics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations again.
Thank you
So
very
you'll be there a few more years. We need
Yes.
you. Thank
Formal.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Jet Tony, David Bozon will be next. And then where is the other gentleman this the last time I asked you to please come? I don't see you. Okay. We'll find out and we'll call you next. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jet Tony, representing the Georgia Affordable Housing Coalition, have represented that group of developers who compete for the low-income housing tax credit, also known as the state housing tax credit, which is then used to generate funds along with the federal tax credit to build quality, affordable, multifamily residences throughout the state. I imagine that every district represented here probably has at least one LIHTC property, if not more, and certainly applications are made every year for an award of those credits. So my comments today are really more about what you talked about at your last meeting, but because these properties are rent controlled, I feel comfortable wedging myself into today's discussion. So what I would have.
We are going to have rent control immediately after this hearing, but we'll note that in your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. So for the tax credits that are awarded for a development in your districts, the developer agrees for a period of 30 years to offer the units, at least a majority of the units, at a below market rate, and that is governed by the federal program. So here we do to say, I want to make clear that there is rent control in the state of Georgia, and it is through this program. And it is,
but it's not official, right?
It is very official.
Oh.
The federal government requires that the developers accept the lower rents for that 30-year period. And this program started during the Ronald Reagan era, where President Reagan said, let's get the federal government out of the development business. Let's get them out of the construction business, and we'll incent investors to put money into the developments. So it has been incredibly successful in this state. This program has built tens of thousands of quality residential units throughout the state of Georgia. Many of them would not have ever been built based on local market conditions. So what I want to say to you is that there is a major stress on that highly successful program, and it is coming from the assessors in some of the counties. DeKalb County is the biggest offender. DeKalb County has assessed these rent-controlled properties at unimaginable amounts. I'll give an example. The council person from South Fulton has a LIHTC development for seniors. It's a 70 unit senior facility. It's beautiful. It's well run. It's clean. It's safe.
And where is that?
In South Fulton.
Okay.
The Fulton assessor assessed the taxes on that property a few years ago at $39,000. It's right. That's right, because the rents are controlled. The owner has no way of generating additional funds because the rents are controlled. In DeKalb County, that same architectural footprint of 70 units in two different apartment complexes for seniors is assessed at $271,000 in taxes. And the developer has no means of raising income because the rents are controlled. And the reason that I bring that to you is because you are looking intently into affordable housing.
Right.
Thank you so much for that. And other committees are doing it. There's some in the House and certainly some others who are looking at it. But we will tell you that in DeKalb, Lowndes, Clark, and a growing number of counties, assessors see this government-sponsored program as a piggy bank. And the program cannot be sustained at the types of property tax assessments that are being levied on the properties. So there is a solution for this, and we find it in the state of Mississippi, where the citizens of that state have authorized the legislature to pass legislation which clearly defines how properties under the IRS Section 42, the low-income housing tax credit properties, are to be properly assessed. And it's basically the same formula that the for-profit apartment complexes throughout our state are assessed, and that is the income method. The income, less expenses, and then some consideration for depreciation and capitalization. So I bring that to you because I want to put it on the agenda, put it on the public record in as many places as we can.
Thank you. Can we get our research gentleman down on the end to work with you to get that so we can have the where it is in the law in Mississippi or wherever.
I'll
So-
give it to number one son over there.
No, sir.
Number one son.
And he's ready, willing, and able to work with us because he has concerns too, and I appreciate both of you.
Thank you. And
very much.
I would love to see a recommendation that the legislature put a constitutional amendment on the ballot so that you can then come back in a subsequent legislative session and write a law. And I will tell you, kudos to your predecessors, because 3 times since the state credit was adopted in 2000, Senator Lucas was here and voted for it. The legislature has given guidance in a law telling assessors how to assess the properties. But the assessors have found clever ways and mixed up ways to find to assess at much higher levels than are accurate or sustainable. May I make a personal comment about the HOAs?
Yes, even though it's 6 minutes.
All right. So I am, as some of the preceding folks have testified and some of you have, I'm an officer on my HOA in my neighborhood. We have about 190 homes. And we actually have some homes in a neighboring neighborhood that come under our HOA because they want to enjoy the amenities. So we're happy to include them. As the councilman said from Fairburn, it's a tough job to be on your HOA board because you are dealing with your neighbors. One of the recommendations I would have on any legislation that you create is that it be made clear in the law and in the regulations on realtors that realtors must disclose to the buyers, potential buyers, of the existence of the covenants and make some effort to summarize the major restrictions in that, including identifying the amount of the dues that it must be paid annually. A neighbor of mine down the street has a big food truck, and I mean, it is one of the biggest food trucks, and he parked it in his driveway when he first bought this home. And he got the courtesy notice from the management company saying, you know, this is not allowed under the covenants. And he kind of ignored it. So he got into the fine period after the third letter. And so we talked with him and he said, my realtor never told me. In fact, my realtor, when I asked about food trucks or commercial vehicles, said it's okay. And that's not right. And I hope that you'll make a consideration for that. So it's an ignorance about, sometimes it's ignorance about those laws, but thank you.
It is, but often if they look at their contract, when they purchase a home, it will say it in there. And even if they're not verbally told, they expect you to read it and understand it. But we want to, I agree with you that they need to know these things before they even sign it and purchase the homes.
Right, especially for a first-time home buyer, which is the case in our neighborhood. Many first-time home now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony. I appreciate it. David Bozon is going to come next. And are you together with, let me see. Yes.
I will actually have, Mr. Ricky, you want to come up? For a presentation, am I able to put it in?
Yes.
Okay.
How long is it?
I think a grand total of 4 slides, 4 or 5. It's very short.
We do have our timekeeper that has played. Where's there you are over there. Dory Hendry is the timekeeper, and so she's gonna do something like but we'll give you a little more than 3 minutes since both of you, I'm combining both of you, but not much. Much because we have so many people. We want to make sure that we hear from them and respect their time as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, Senator. So, Mr. Diego, do you know for her?
Go ahead.
So what I'm going to do is we actually.
Oh, how to cut this on?
He's going to work on actually getting my wife on Zoom, and we're going to do that. But I'm going to give a quick introduction. Go ahead and start on my piece of, so that we're respecting everyone's time, as you said. If you all remember, we and again, thank you for everyone for coming out. I think it's been a great effort. I appreciate especially Representative Viola Davis with your call with our community, Senator Donzella James with your initiatives, and everyone else who's taken their time to come out to work on this issue. So the last time, things have changed in the last time. So I want to, it's kind of a sequel to the story. I want to update everyone. And for those of you who are not here, so we represent the Belmont Park Homeowners Association, or Belmont Park community. We're from there. Since the last meeting, if we had some of the same issues that Ms. Pritchett, Councilwoman Pritchett had mentioned. I believe that we had our enforcement coming out between 2 and 3 times a day
Mm.
looking for fines to
Mm.
be able to come up. And we have kind of this whole organization going on behind the scenes, but I want to stick to the point. So we since then have had a successful recall. So we were able to recall our board,
Mhm.
right? And we
So
did
you
that.
you recall your board since you last?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay,
I am
very
the
good.
HOA board president now. So thank you. Don't call me Mr. President, please. This is for the homeowners, this is for Mr. Ricky, and this is for our neighborhood. We really want what is right for them.
And your senator did tell me that Senator Brass.
Correct, Senator
And
Matt Brass.
and he is the chairperson of rules. So we hope we can get some legislation to him, and we know it's going to move.
And we did have a meeting with Senator Matt Brass, and he was very responsive. So I don't know if that's been the same with, I know that it has not been as responsive with your other constituents,
Not at
but
all.
Senator Brass has been very supportive of his community. Just as a response, so I just want to let the evidence speak for itself. So for us to be able to do that, we had a petition. We had to get a majority of membership to be able to remove the directors, as the lady was mentioning. This was extremely difficult, as the gentleman mentioned as well, getting people involved. We have many working people. We have families. They're very busy. The issue that we've had lately is even with having, so we were able to get a sponsor to pay an attorney because the HOA attorneys looked at me and said, we do not represent individual homeowners. So, and they don't. So we had our own attorney because they weren't involved in our recall. The attorney oversaw it. We had all of that go through.
I'm just gonna pull up your.
Thank you, sir.
You keep talking.
Of course. And so, but the issue we're having now is the exact reason why we need oversight in our HOA. I don't want to shout in your ear. So we need HOA oversight in our committees because despite having a recall, despite having provided the minutes, multiple videos from different angles of the recall meeting, despite following the covenants and our CCNRs to the T, I still have had no acknowledgement from our HOA attorneys at all. No communications when I've reached out to them, nothing. The same thing from our management company. I have had no communication from them whatsoever. They won't even give me the time of day with what's going on. So the issue is when you do something legally, how do you have them reach out to me and follow up on what has been done? You know, the management company, I want to make it clear because this was a very good point, that the board of directors is who makes the final say. But unfortunately, a lot of times it's the reverse. That's it. The management company and the attorneys are agents of the board of directors. They're employees, correct? They should be. They should be. So that's, I give the example to our homeowners. We, it's like our gardener. Let's say the HOA attorneys are like our gardener who tends to the grass, and I'm the homeowner. And the management company is the pool boy, let's say. So they should answer me. If there's a new owner to the house and they run with the land, then when the new owner comes in, then they should be communicating with what's going on. So, I want to ask the senators' support in what is not the law. I want the law to be followed up on, and to have the state attorney general involve investigation with other details of our case, because it runs very deep. And I just want to say that
you want the state of Georgia's attorney general
yes
to investigate.
And so it's not just based on this issue. So let me give you a little more detail. So I went as the new HOA president after being legally elected and went to the Alliance Association Bank, which is our HOA bank account. When I inquired, I spoke to them. They didn't really want to help me. They told me that I should send the management company. And I said, well, we can communicate with our attorney if you want. And then they did communicate. They did help me after that.
Okay.
But the name that was on our account was for the Belmont Park Association was a Miss Angela Adams Edgar, who is the owner of our previous management company.
Okay.
On our bank account. And this is after we had changed management companies, and this is her personal name that's on the account. So that was an issue. The next day, I communicated with Alliance Association Bank, and they informed me by email that our account had now been closed. It was in the process of being closed. I think the mic's cutting out, and that we were now at zero balance for our
What happened
account.
to the money?
So, and I will clarify so there's no misconception. So come to find out from them, the money was transferred to the new property manager's account. This is all after we've already communicated with them and said, we are the new HOA board. You all need to work with us. And so that those monies were transferred after that fact, after we said we need to have a hand on our monies to be able to do our duties around the neighborhood. So there's more than just what I was mentioning going on. I want to mention another thing regarding elections. So when we did our elections, really quickly, this for you, Senator. And so you keep that on your record.
I will duplicate it for the entire,
And I appreciate the lack
Committee,
of,
thank
I apologize for the lack of copies. So
but
for
you got
that,
2 minutes left.
okay, I'll be quick. So the, for that, in that letter, I'll just describe what it says with the ex-board members during the election. After we legally had a special meeting called, they stepped down and appointed in the same letter. They stepped down and appointed in the same letter, confidant. Two of them appointed their spouse in their place. One person appointed a person who is not legally registered as a homeowner yet. And so they flagrantly disregarded the special meeting that we had legally called. So this is why we need oversight. I'm just giving you this a
Oh,
case study.
yes. Oh, yes.
Because
I've heard this before from other groups, so I'm still unhappy about it,
right.
but I'm not surprised. Go
It's not
ahead.
an isolated case.
Mm.
It's not. And so the issue is what do I do at this point? Do we have a neighborhood fund to try to pay attorneys?
Well,
Against
we're
attorneys for
trying to
prior
ask
money?
Desmond,
Right.
we are recommending, I think, on Representative yours, Davis's legislation as well as mine. We are recommending Osbusman, so you won't have to incur the cost of another lawyer or anything. You'll be able to go and sit down to someone who's not partisan to any side, who will be able to work out the best solution. And I'll tell you more about it.
Right. And I've read, and that is exactly what I wanted to commend you on, Senator, because we need that recourse when elections, like in our case, are not followed properly, when the actors that are there are not interacting. And even to the point that, and again, the reason I say Attorney General is even if we have mediation, after we mediate, I personally would call all of you all to consider an option where an investigative capacity to be able to look at the books and look at, for example, with our bank account, what went on and say, you need to give these records as another option. So, and the last part, so that I finish, the latest communication that we've had is this letter. And I do have copies for everyone.
Okay, and thank you. Well, did you give them copies of what we just copied? Yes. Okay.
And so that last letter is the latest one that we've received. So we've had no communications from our HOA attorneys. I'm not sure why we've tried to initiate communication.
Mhm.
I don't know where they are on that because I haven't heard from them. But this is the letter that's been given out to homeowners, and I've heard from some that they have received it and some they have not. But the issue with this is when you don't have communication with the HOA board and you're sending out this saying that
How many more?
the letter basically says, don't pay the management company anymore, pay us. It's an issue because we're the ones who are supposed to have the keys to the house
Mhm.
and we haven't heard anything from you.
Understand.
And so this is the point, another point where we would step in and say, we need mediation or we need investigation. We need some recourse because with our agents, they are not they don't feel any necessity to respond to us. So those are the ones I wanted to bring to you.
We can't we can't get the slides up.
Okay.
And then your time is up with Mr. Inastro. I'm sorry for missing your name.
Okay.
Would you like to briefly say, or did he already
Do you
tell you?
you want to switch and I'll do your slides?
No, what you can do is push it. Mhm. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay. Hello. Hello. So, my name is Enrique Nostroza. I'm from Noonan, Georgia, Coweta County, City of Homes, which I love the place. Thank you. And, let me just switch. You
Yeah.
switch. All right, that way.
You want to sit in my chair?
No, you good.
All right, let's see how to do this.
There we go.
All right, we did it the hard way. We're all right. We
Yeah.
got it.
You good?
All right.
Excuse me.
Mr. Rick's always good for it. He's a
I'm
funny guy.
new to all this, so
Funny
you
guy,
got
but
you got
you
you
say your
got
piece,
got
you
this.
got it.
Okay. I moved into the community 2008. It was a nice community. Everything was nice. 4 years later, basically, I found out that we had a HMO, very soon, HOA, and we communicated some, but not a lot. Then, like 4 years later, that's when I started having problems with my HOA. They say that that I owe some fines and some assessment. I said, fine. Let me go ahead and pay it. But I never got a reply back. So as the years went by, as 12 went by, they end up sending me an invoice dated from January the 10th to the 12th. Okay, they say my fine might send me what I owe. I said, okay, that's nice. I go ahead and pay. Who do I need to pay? Because at the time, there were three elements that I had to deal with the payment. I had to deal with the HOA association, then I had to deal with the HOA management company. And then I also had to deal with the Dunlap and Gardner, their lawyers. So when I sent my payments in, somebody received the payment, but they never marked it down on my balance. They never subtracted it. So what they end up doing is adding it on as either the fine or interest. At that point, they just like say normal. I could deal with that. So when I tried to contact them, so they were playing ping pong with me. They'd send me go talk to HOA, talk to HOA management, go talk to Dunlap or whatever. So to me, like I said, I leave it alone. I wait to see what's going on. Then next thing you know, everything rolled down to 2015. All of a sudden, my wife got garnished out of nowhere. Just I don't know, without prior notice or anything like that. We finally got a note a month after she got garnished. It was from Dunlap and Gardner. Okay, they said the HMO, said we owe some fines, we needed to pay them. I said, okay, let me talk to them. When I went to the HOA, they told me, no, you can't talk to me, you need to talk to the management company. Management, no, it's in litigation or it's in court, you need to talk to Gardner. So again, they're playing ping pong. I could never get a direct answer. So at that time, they garnish our wages and everything else. So for about 2 years, they were doing it. We put me and my wife in financial stress. So we decided to go bankruptcy on there. As we went through bankruptcy, right? Our lawyer, Jay West, tried to contact Gardner's lawyer. After finally contacted them, trying to figure out, what's going on. It took them 3 months to contact my lawyer about what was going on, FR paperwork, everything else. Come to find out, they had put a lien on my house on 2011, okay, and 2015. And I did not know nothing about it. We did not know nothing about it. The only way we find out is because the records we pulled out in August with the help of Matt and them.
And I'm following along on the screen as he talks about each thing. I'm putting it up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
I didn't make that clear. So this is the lien up there right there.
Right. I didn't find out about that lien to this year. So
Did they sell your house on the?
No, they
Really?
haven't. No, because we went into bankruptcy. But our lawyers told us, "Hey, let's go through bankruptcy, see what's going on." Which with HOA, the management company, and Garner and Lap, which he tried to communicate, all three of them, gave him a runaround also. Couldn't give him a direct answer. So apparently they made a deal, the two lawyers, as far as garnishing my wages and as far as the settlement concerned. That was in 2017. So they were still garnishing my wife's wages, which I still got it. So as we were paying them along the way, everything was paying for it, one lump sum, everything was fine. Then COVID hit. When COVID hit, everything had supposed to stop. Then we started right back up again to finish our paying on 2020. We went through the same legal procedure for bankruptcy and everything else. As we went through that, right? So we had finished paying them in December of last year of 22. Okay. So in advice of Matt, he asked me, "Hey, ask for an assessment, ask for an invoice, see how much do we owe." So as of August 23, they sent me an invoice.
Mm-hmm.
When they sent me that invoice, at the end of the bottom, I'm looking at it, I still owe them $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I have that. So this is
Just about.
So after you had gone through the bankruptcy, and after you had done everything, and they had tried to garnish your wages right in around 2015, right?
Yeah.
And then again in 2020. This is the most recent thing from 8/2/2023 where they want $8,000 more dollars.
More dollars.
And I'm gonna real quick. Do you want to talk about the repeated fines?
Oh yeah. I'm fit to get to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so as along the way, so I got this assessment. I got it. So I looked at my records. Right, what they sent me, I said, "That can't be it." So I looked through it. I tried to contact them, which I ain't got no reply for them. But then at the time they had switched management. They went from Managed to Century. So Century didn't know what's going on. So I went back to court records they put in for December 20 of this year, and I compared to what they invoiced to my invoice they sent me 20. They were both different.
Where'd you get your invoices, Mr. Ricky?
I got the invoice for the HMO and home.
From your attic, right?
Yeah.
So
paperwork. I went through my paperwork. Oh, okay.
So just finishing that, so we compared his from his paper records
Mhm.
from their records,
I
and
know.
for the same date, they said different things. So they had been changed from the records that he had that were on paper from historically, and the ones that they gave him recently were different.
What's
although
the bottom line? Do you still have your house?
Yes.
Do they
Yes, I
still charge
Yeah, As far as I know, I don't know what's going on.
you? Okay, we need to have an appointment to
Mhm.
talk about this individually.
Mm-hmm.
This is the main reason why I took on this legislation, hearing people like you telling me their concerns and what's really truly happening to them. And even in the condominiums in downtown Atlanta, I'm hearing these things, but I didn't know anything about you could garnish somebody's wages.
Yes.
So we need to, that people are shaking their heads. I did not know that.
And on top of all this,
I
Say
think our
again?
time's in. And real quick, the last slide that we had for him, just so y'all understand what it was, that these $175 happen
have a
periodically. They have it going and going and going. So after they got him in the hole, he could not get his balance back to zero, and that contributed to him going into bankruptcy. So Ms. Donzella, that's the point, is that
Thank you
with
so
these
much.
fines that he went into bankruptcy.
Real quick, we have one question.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I am a paralegal and I work in the bankruptcy field as well.
Yeah.
And you might want to go back to your bankruptcy attorney, because once you come out of bankruptcy, there can be no additional charges or debts owed.
Yeah, that's my question. I think on these record statement record, while I was still in bankruptcy, they were still charging interest.
Can't do that.
Okay, that's what they were doing also.
Yeah. So you might want to go back to that. Don't spend any more money. Go back to where you were
Yes.
and ask them to resolve that issue,
Okay.
because then you don't want to get into more debt trying to get another attorney, and we definitely don't want you to file bankruptcy again. So go back and let them know that they have been charging interest all along while you were in a bankruptcy case. That's a federal case. They're not allowed to do that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're very welcome. And thank you, sir, for bringing this to us. I think though that you and I either need to have a conversation on the phone or in person. My office is right across the street, 121 in the state capitol.
I thank you for your time, and thank you for my representative time. Thank you for your information. I'm happy y'all here today. I'm very happy to help us out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
And that's why we want the Osbusman. What's
That picture on the number line with Senator James, but they were also featured on CNBC.
Oh, yes. Oh, they were the ones on CSNBC, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll make sure I get a clip of that as well. And then we thank you so much. We have to go on to the next few people, and then we have to get to rent control. So we have to get, because half of the people, how many people came for rent control? Okay, half of the room. So let us though have Mr. Lance Hammonds, as well as, and right after him, David Washington. Are you still here? Hey. You can you'll be right after him, and we will move forward. 3 minutes though. Thank you, sir. I know that we have a whole lot to say. And so anything other than that, everybody, please, just like the councilman gave me something in writing, if you could give us something in writing, we will put it in the record, and we will consider it as a committee when we're making our recommendations. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lance Hammonds. I live in the Waters Edge community. I am the immediate past president of the CAB NAACP. I serve as chair of the Rockbridge Coalition, which represents about 8,500 households. And I want to just, and I'm going to do it in 3 minutes.
Sure.
And what I want to share with you is what happened in my neighborhood. My neighborhood, the Waters Edge, we have 1,283 households. Our HOA dues are right about $1,200 a year. We have 16 tennis courts, a lake, very nice amenities in our neighborhood. The problem that we had in our community is that number one is that we had a non-resident, non-dues paying member of our HOA board. And our HOA, the other members on the HOA board thought that was okay. We also had voter suppression going on in our neighborhood. We had not had a valid election in 10 years because of quorums. And quorums is a serious issue in HOAs as far as voting for your directors. So the journey we took is that, okay, we tried to have a, like the lady said that, hey, you should get together and get enough people and have a valid election. And being with NAACP, I know what voter suppression looks like. So we got it. We amassed an effort. We got the neighbors out. We got enough votes to have a quorum. But what happened with the HOA board and the management company, they threw out enough votes to invalidate the quorum. You didn't sign the envelope properly. Even though it was postmarked, they didn't receive it in the management office in time. So with that says, okay, this is totally not right. So what we did as a group of homeowners, we went door to door. We collected $40,000 to get our own attorney and fight our HOA, who was fighting us with our own money. So the journey, the first round, the judge said, okay, this is a no-brainer. How can you be on an HOA board and you don't live there and you don't pay dues? Okay, you guys win. Okay, then our HOA board with our money appealed it. And the judge looked at the language, which is vague in a lot of the covenants and bylaws. He says, well, it's kind of vague. I'm going to put him back on your board. So our HOA board said, okay, we got a ruling in our favor. So we're going to put the non-resident, non-dues paying member back on our board. And at the time, that person was the president of our board. So, you just don't have somebody who's not invested rent on your board. So with some of the money that we collected, we appealed one more time and we took it to the Georgia Court of Appeals across the street. And 2 weeks ago, we got a ruling that said that you cannot have a non-dues paying non-resident on your HOA board. Also, that you cannot use quorums when it comes to electing HOA board of directors. Now, you can have quorums and other issues, changing bylaws, whatever, but when it comes to an election, you cannot use quorum to keep people off of a board and keeping elections not to be valid. So this month, our HOA, we are having an election that will not allow any non-residents or non-dues paying people to be a part of that election process. A quorum will not be in place because that's what the court said. And so it's a win for us. So what I'm asking this committee to do is that if you can just take those two items, just say, okay, there is some court precedents or whatever you call it on this type of thing. Number one is that put some type of rule in place, law, whatever you do, to say it's a no-brainer. If you don't live in a neighborhood, if you don't pay dues, you cannot be on a HOA board. But also the second thing is if you put into some type of legislation is that quorums cannot be part of a HOA election. You cannot use quorum to have directors. Just those two things, that would be enough for us right now.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is,
Can you give me that in writing? Because, you do have it.
yeah, you have the court, Ms. Representative Taylor has shared the court ruling with you.
Okay, that's what I want.
Okay.
And then we will definitely address it in the legislation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Washington, and then we have some people that's been on the Zoom line waiting for us for a long time. So Mr. Wendell Hustle will be after you. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank
And I'm
you.
so glad that you're here today.
Thank you so much for having me and inviting me. I have a real quick introduction that I want you all to hear. It's 58 seconds long.
Okay.
Homeowners living in the state of Georgia or Texas, the holiday season should be a time of joy, not a time to be worried about losing your home to foreclosure. The first Tuesday of the month, your home may be at risk of being auctioned. Don't let foreclosure ruin your holidays. If you've been denied by your lender in the past, or if you're just days away from an auction, there's still hope. Meet David Washington, the foreclosure expert who helped countless families just like yours save their homes. David's Secret to Interrupting Foreclosure Master Program has a proven track record of success. Mortgage companies claim to be there to help, but foreclosing on your home benefits only them. Get the solutions to protect your American dream. When you join David's program, you'll gain access to strategies to stop foreclosure, even at the last minute. Personalized support designed for your unique situation. Learn exactly what to say to get your lender to work for you and not some investor. Time is running out, but it's not too late. Act now to secure your family's future. Contact David Washington and his team of experts now at 770-691-3050. First step to protect your family.
Okay, I am David Washington. My specialty is dealing with the aftermath of these HOAs with unethical, illegal, and borderline criminal activities. When they get loans, homeowners have a right to mediate. That's called loan modification forbearance agreements. And as I stated before, there's no regulation with HOAs. I've not seen a nonprofit for nonprofit HOA yet. Every ones that I've seen are for profit or the management that do the repairs or grass cutting or whatever. They're for profit. At the end of the day, it's profitable for them to assess these liens and fees and things like that, and then they ultimately go to foreclosure, or if FIFA is filed in a homeowner's name, which is a lien on a property, and even worse, foreclosure. My specialty is dealing with real estate drama. And real estate drama means that divorce, probate, death in a family, car accident, something that happens in your life that's guaranteed to get you into a situation where you can't pay your mortgage. And most people not paying their mortgage is not paying their HOA dues. here goes foreclosure. I deal with the aftermath of that. I negotiate short sale settlements. HOAs feel like they're empowered because they have no regulation. When we do settlements with them, they act like they don't have to agree to those settlements because there's no regulation. When we try to get them to do an accounting or an assessment on where these fees come from or to do a justification, there's no regulation. At the end of the day, homeowners are forced to either file bankruptcy or lose their properties to foreclosure. It's too much red tape. It's too many ins and outs. The lawyers are, Georgia is a creditor-friendly state. HOA is following the rules. I'm praying that you guys can get rules changed. But right now, they're not breaking the law of foreclosing. The laws are in their favor. They may be breaking the laws to get to the point of foreclosure. But at the end of the day, they need regulation. So I'm here just to commend you all on what you're doing to help homeowners be able to protect their rights as homeowners, to be able to protect their homes from foreclosure in these illegal and, like I said, borderline criminal ways that these HOAs are assessing these fees. Regardless if you're a senior citizen, regardless if you lay in a hospital in a coma, they're going to come and take your property. So this is what we need. And thank you again for having this. I pray that we can get some action pretty quickly. You guys are going back in session on the second week of January. I just want to mention Foreclosure Tuesday was this week. In the entire state of Georgia, over 1,400 properties went to foreclosure. Over 8 of those were HOA foreclosures. Okay, so this is why we need some regulation. They're taking people's property. So thank you all again. I don't have anything. I'm sorry.
Since you're here,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you were down also to speak on
Rent control.
and even though I don't want to be mixing apples and oranges and all of that,
Okay.
you're here.
Yes.
And you're the expert,
Yes.
and I'm so honored that you did come again today to tell us.
Thank you so
Can
much.
you give us a
Absolutely. Absolutely.
what's your time? Of course,
Yes.
they already.
I understand. I understand.
The hook.
I do a lot. I deal with drama.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, the gentleman came up and spoke about affordable housing. What they're not talking about are the fees that that tenants are being gouged. I did a situation with my daughter this morning, and I talked to the management of her apartment. They're charging her $25 a month for pest control. They're charging $25 a month for assessments, for the amenities that, I don't even know what they are. Swim pool wasn't even open this year. They're being charged with all these fees they can get away with. $300 application fee. For what? Per person. This is unacceptable. So yeah, maybe there is rent control in place. But there's nothing in place to stop these management companies from gouging tenants. And because they need a place to stay. That's one thing every last one of us on this planet have in common is we have to have shelter. So what choices do they have but to pay these fees? Now, my daughter pulled out of her application. She paid her fees on Monday. It's going to take almost 2 months before she can get that money back. This is unacceptable. Yes.
Say it again. Where are you? Number what? Go ahead.
And the other side of that is that a lot of these, there's an application fee, an assessment,
And administration
processing
fees.
fee,
Mhm.
administration fee, and they're not refundable.
Yep.
I get a lot of that in my district. You just lose the money, if you get approved, they don't apply it toward your move in. And if you're denied,
It's gone
away.
away. Yeah, it's in somebody's pocket. I am a real estate broker. I'm also a realtor. And going to what the gentleman said about the covenants being introduced, as realtors, we are required to indicate if there's an HOA. But if we list that property, it's the homeowner's responsibility to tell us in the disclosures that there's an HOA. It's only so much a realtor can do. We only bound by the information that we're given.
I think it would be something to consider to have HOA agents. They pay their attorneys to represent them. They should be part of the closing.
Absolutely.
That needs to be something.
Can you put that down so that I will make sure? I think it's in there already, but if it's not, we'll make sure.
They're not required to be at.
I think it's in the legislation that I
Yeah, because
have put together. I only turned in Senate Bill 125, but I had a bill to accompany it that I didn't turn in yet, and so I can add things to that or work with our lawyer down here on the end. She's excellent, and she will help me to make sure that we had a proper language, and that it'll do what you're suggesting that we do.
Yes.
Well, we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Did Mr. Mullins come in? He is here. Okay, where is he? You'll be next, Mr. Mullins. You can, if you want to sit there, you can. But we have someone on the Zoom that's been here for 2 hours, and we were supposed to call on them first. But you'll be the next one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wendell Hassel, are you there? Hello,
Yes, ma'am,
sir.
I am.
I might be
Yes, I am.
mispronouncing your name.
That's okay. I know who you're talking to.
Can you unmute yourself, please?
Should be, hold
Unmute.
on. It says it's unmuted.
I
Can you hear
still
me?
can't hear you.
All right, hold on.
Can you turn your volume? I got my volume up as loud as it will go. Say it again, sir. He's talking and I can't hear him. Where is Sam? Or one of the media people? They're right next to the controls. Oh, here he comes. Okay, Keenan, thank you. Oh, it's on
All
his
right, can you hear
end.
me?
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
you look and see, can I call on you next and we're gonna let Mr. Mullins
I
come
can
up?
hear you, but
Did
they
he
can't.
walk off?
Wendell.
And I don't understand that. I don't understand that either because I'm on
Say
a
it again.
headset.
Sir, try again.
How about now?
I
Can you
see
hear
you
me now?
moving your lips, but I still can't hear you.
Well, someone is telling me they can hear me.
No.
So I can hear you over
Sorry,
Zoom.
we
I'm on
can't
Zoom
hear-
also,
wait,
but for some
is
reason they
someone
can't hear
working
Zoom.
with it?
Okay, he's saying that. Oh, can you
Okay,
can
we
you talk
still,
with him?
I'm sorry. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Can you, show me? Hold on. It's on your end, sir. It's not on this computer. If you, I really want to hear your comments. So if you could give us something in writing later, or if you get your volume to working for us, I think you're muted. If you could
Now you-
unmute yourself.
Now you're unmuted. Now we can see, I can hear you. I'm on Zoom, but the committee can't hear you for some reason.
Committee, can you hear me now? Can you
So we want to hear
unmute
from
yours?
you. We
Can you unmute
appreciate your
yours and
patience
tell them
in
that,
waiting for us to now, but we have to move on until we can correct the problem, okay? Okay, did Mullins come back in? Okay, the next person, and we'll have him as soon as he comes back. I got all these sheets in front of me. What's next? Who's next? Where?
Hopefully they will realize, Wendell, hopefully they'll realize that
Brenda
they can't hear anybody on Zoom.
De La Cruz.
All the Zoom people can
Let
hear each
someone
other,
else
but
go? Okay,
For our partners on Zoom, are you able to, then, they've been waiting, I think.
who's waiting on Zoom?
The Zoom is number. That's not.
Apparently,
Oh.
apparently something, well, if on our end it's working. So if they don't, if they're muted though, or something, their voice is not coming through. So the audio is not coming through, but the video, the pictures. Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Zoom, can anyone on Zoom hear me?
yes, I can.
Okay,
on
then
Zoom.
Mr. Mullins, okay. Well, Mr.
Yes, I can
Corey,
hear you.
Miss Corey, who is it? Corey
So
Dickinson.
nobody, they're not gonna hear anyone on Zoom.
No, they're
No,
not.
they're not going to hear anyone on Zoom. They'll realize it after
Oh.
a minute.
He, okay, go ahead. How long? Come on.
Hey, Representative
I
Scott.
thought you said
Yeah, I
that
don't think
you-
the senator can hear us. Can hear us.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Now,
ahead, sir.
State Sandra says she can hear both of us.
Uh-oh.
I hear someone.
Is that me that you hear?
Yes.
All right,
Somebody-
I'm Wendell Hassel. I'm Wendell Hassel that you couldn't hear before, but everyone on
How
Zoom
you
can
put
hear
him
me.
back on the picture, the,
Can you address it?
we can, I can,
Can you address Wendell though? Can you say like, can you speak and then make it?
Wendell, will you speak again, please?
Yes, everyone on Zoom
Okay.
can hear me, but you can't.
Okay, do you mind?
No problem.
Okay,
You want me to go back?
okay. And then we're gonna have, the other gentleman and then you, okay? You come and sit until we were having technical problems. But go ahead, sir. I
All
see
right,
you
how are
now.
you doing?
Okay,
How are you
you're
doing?
back. All right, sir. How are you?
All right. I was asked
Good.
by Viola Davis to come on and talk with you about some of the problems with the HOA.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit unique than the others in that I have chosen to fight my HOA in the courts. My HOA has done things to the point to where buildings, units have burned down. They've received the insurance money and not paid the owners of the units one dime of it. They've received insurance money for damages to units, and they've pocketed that money. They've not paid one dime to the owners of the units. When you go down and you approach a criminal court magistrate about the matter, you're told that it's a civil matter. When you go into DeKalb County Court before a civil magistrate, he'll tell you it's a criminal matter. So you're caught in a vicious cycle that you can't break out of. And I had explained to Representative Davis that I don't really know if any one thing individually can defend or can protect or stop this from happening. But a lot of the problems coming from my end deals with the management units that are the management organizations that actually advise the board members, because they're advising them incorrectly, and they feel that they don't have any responsibility for any actions that are taken because they're acting on behalf of misinformed board members, and they have been the ones misinforming them.
Oh my.
So a lot of the problems that I've heard discussed since we came on at 1 o'clock may not stem from the board itself, but from the management offices or the management companies that advise the board. And these people are, in order to have a property management company, you're supposed to have a real estate broker's license. I have even approached the Real Estate Licensing Commission about managers of these so-called property management companies, because they're running continued criminal enterprises behind the disguise of being property management for HOAs. Please understand, Representative Davis will confirm, she's been here, to have a unit burned to the ground that you own, for the insurance company to pay the HOA for that unit, and the HOA choose not to rebuild and not to surrender one dime of the monies to you.
So the insurance was paid to the HOA and they didn't
Yes.
rebuild, nor did they give any money to the owner of that unit?
Ms. Davis, would you confirm this?
Oh, okay, I got you. Go ahead.
I have met with several of the condo owners, and I actually went out there and took pictures, and they gave me documentation. And yes, he did go to court and went from one court to the other. And unfortunately, a lot of these homeowners are caught in a loophole where there is actually no law that they can depend on, where they can get some form of justice. That is he's one of the top people that helped me when it came to trying to draft House Bill 303, because there are too many ways in which you can destroy a homeowner's property and take it. So what we're dealing with is, how do we protect the American dream of home ownership, because it is constantly under attack, especially within this area.
Now to this board, I'm going to give you something. In the DeKalb County Courthouse, there's a record number, which is 20M20537. That matter came before 20M2537. That matter came before Judge Axum in DeKalb County Court. At a conclusion of that, Judge Axum said this, that where he may have agreed with me, he was not in power to act on any criminal matters in a civil court, even though he had been explained that it had gone before a criminal judge, and the criminal judge said, no, it was a civil matter. So what do you do at that point?
I understand.
And I'm giving
So-
you the case number, 20M20537.
Right
Judge
there.
Axum, AXOM.
I know
And
him.
then-
I grew up with him.
Okay, now, we
Tony
can't get
Axe in Atlanta.
huh?
That's Tony Axe. You're talking about Tony Axe? He's a fine person, but you know.
Yes, he is.
really
He's a
wrong
good
that.
person. But I
Yeah.
think his hands were bound. And my suggestion was, Tim, that if you refer it to a criminal magistrate, having come to you on the civil side, that magistrate cannot deny it at that point, but he didn't do that. Just like when I was talking with Representative Davis, you can't go to a district attorney and have a district attorney bring all of this on themselves when they have other matters to deal with. I've sat here all day and I've listened to a lot of people complain about their individual problems with their HOAs. These are matters and please understand, let me go one step further. I contacted the insurance commissioner's office because I had proof from the insurance company that they had paid the check. The insurance commissioner said that I could not charge the HOA with insurance fraud. It would have to go through the insurance company. The insurance company would have to do it, not me. And the insurance company wasn't going to do it because their job was to pay off the money. They didn't care where it went. Lady, I see you looking at
Lucas,
it.
you want to
like you're not
respond to that,
believing it.
Senator Lucas? Do you know anything about that?
To the ones who paid the premium. That's what the insurance company is obligated to do. Now, whether that's an association or an individual person who in other words, the insurance company writes the policy, they have a name on who they're insuring on in the property. And that's who they make the check out to.
But understand this, no board member is accountable for that insurance premium when it's coming out of the assessments. The assessments are paid by the individual homeowners. So like with an automobile, it should have been that check by the insurance company should have been made to the HOA and the property owner. It was not.
Well, that was a loophole if the HOA takes in money from you to pay the policy, then the name on the policy would be the HOA and
That's
not
correct.
you as the individual. So when they pay the money out, it's paid out to the one who is on the policy, who is listed on the policy. Now, I understand what you're saying, that you pay the assessment for the insurance and the property burns down, but you get nothing out of it, even though you paid the premium.
Correct.
Well, you got that's something you got to deal with your HOA. Y'all got to change the rules.
But that's why we're talking to you now, because you have to change the rules to prevent them from being able to do that. They've done it in the automobile industry some years back, that as long as you have a lien holder on the vehicle, that check is going to be made out to you and the lien holder to make certain that they clear their liability. So why can't you do that to make that happen as far as HOAs and insurance companies as far as property is concerned? Real property.
Well, I'm getting a fast education.
If you own a vehicle now and you have a lien holder and that vehicle is involved in an accident and the insurance company pays out to get that work done, that check is going to come out in the lien holder's name and the registered owner's name. Not so when it comes down to real property. The laws should apply to real property as they do to personal property, as far as an automobile is concerned. And that would
So what
prevent
do you
that from happening.
recommend that we do? What do you recommend that we do to change the law?
In my case or
Also,
overall,
I'll let you talk in a minute, but we got to get to the last. We have.
The only thing you can
I don't know how many.
The only thing you can do is to change the law is to write it in, whereas if the assessment is on part of the members who pay the assessment, to have the property covered, you got to put it in law
Yes.
because the insurance company deal with who pays the premium.
And he's correct. Until several years ago, they were sued by a lien holder because they had paid the check to the individual. He did not repair the car. They had to recover the car. The lien holder went back against the insurance company and won it in court to where they had to pay a second time. So now they passed it so that now when the insurance company issues the payment, both parties are on that check. That keeps that from happening. So they closed that window as far as automobiles are concerned. Let's close it as far as real property. I'm sorry, I'm blowing my time. Okay. All right, that's it.
Okay.
The only thing that I think can be done here now.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Go ahead.
I can get with Representative Davis and provide
And there
anything that
she
you
is
may
now.
need. All right, but I would love to see, in my case particular, that
got
it's
it.
referred to some law enforcement agency to have them look into criminal prosecution for the actions of the management company and the HOA, because they do violate the law of Georgia for theft by conversion. They were paid monies for one thing and did something totally different with it. So that
So
constitutes
there's
theft
been
by
three-
by
there's been
conversion.
two other speakers that attested to the same thing, and that was our councilwoman from South Fulton, Linda Pritchard, and Mr. David Bozon. And so you're the third person. So we are going to make sure that it might have to be a separate bill. It might not be in the bill for HOAs. But we will discuss that, and I'll discuss it with Senator Lucas because he's our insurance expert. And yes,
All right,
go
good.
ahead, Ms. Davis, Representative Davis. And then we're gonna come to you.
Just
All
real
right, sounds
quickly,
good.
I did actually, I want to thank the insurance commissioner because he actually spent time with us showing that there was some major problems here that needed to be addressed and assigned some staff members to help with trying to close this loophole and some of the problems that were identified here. And that is something that we're working on now that needs to also be included in the new legislation that we do. So I want to thank Mr. Wendell here for everything he's done because he had a lot of commitment in exposing this.
And if the commissioner has investigators within his office, then those investigators can come and discuss with us the things that have happened so that he'll know in detail, what's going on.
We thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry.
Did we finish? Did we complete? Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
thank you.
Let's see, and we have Mr. Mullins that's gonna talk to us right now, but we
Goodbye.
call.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Take care. Corey, was yours on rent control or HOAs? Okay, how many left on HOAs? Oh my God. We gotta have another meeting. Cause they're gonna put us out. And we have 5s on Zoom for HOAs. And I really, really need to hear this. We go in session on November 29th. And we're redrawing lines, and this was the only thing the governor wanted us to take up. However, I'm gonna make a special request that not on the 29th, that's the first day, but on one of those days, when we're already here at the, for redrawing lines in the afternoon. We can't do it the first day. Do it the second day? Yeah, we're just gonna be here for a week, but it's okay. We will get back with you on what that date would be. But we're gonna hear now about the rent control. And how many here for rent control? 1, 2, 3, 4, because we'll have a rent control meeting in November, but we're gonna listen now to the and anybody who got burning information after you finish, then we'll make sure that we do it. So don't leave yet, because I'm gonna try to get as many people in until they throw us out. Excuse me? The hospital authority, I don't see the two people who were gonna come here. How many for the hospital authority? Goodness gracious. Look, I'll just say this before you get started, Mr. Mullins. I'll say that we did already pass the resolution to have a hospital authority. And now all we need now is that municipalities agree, and we have 3 that have agreed already. That's really enough. But when they agree, they start a hospital authority, and as a result, then we can get bonds and grants, etc. And we have several proposed locations, and we have many staff people, doctors, and other medical professionals who are just waiting for a new hospital to either be where the other 2 WellStars closed. But we're not gonna give up on that, because I got mobility problems. I said, if something happened to me, if I fail or something, where do I go? So to God be the glory. We're gonna try. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a Christian, and I know that we in this government building. But thank you. But no, we'll have to. I know that we're not going to get to hospital authorities or to how other suggestions on where the hospital, how we can form this hospital. We have been meeting with people for 2 years, even before they close those hospitals, on putting a hospital off Camp Creek Parkway. And we do have the Catholic Social Services who owns the land that was the Village of St. Joseph's, and that was the Most Blessed Sacrament Church that's off Butner and Camp Creek. Those 2, and it's acres and acres of land. And then we have other people who have proposed money, but we cannot do that until we get the cities, the municipalities in the area or the county to come aboard, just like Grady's is what Atlanta and Fulton County and DeKalb. So they could still be on this hospital authority as well, but we have not, that's not what the bill that passed already says. It says that municipalities and counties could give a resolution and join together and have one strong one. But we'll talk about that later, okay? So without further ado, Mr. Mullins, thank you for your patience. Thank you for coming, and just give us an overview on what you think where we are with rent control, why the prices continue to go up, because a lot of the college students, we just went on a HBCU tour and went to the different colleges with the Black Caucus, and the students were the ones that we talked to, and the students were saying, oh my God, what are we gonna do? We didn't apply in time to get into a dormitory, and now the houses around, the rental properties around the area are so high, we can't afford it. And then others who had already been renting their properties there, when it was time to renew the lease, it came up sometime double, triple, or quadruple, and they were already paying a lot of money. So I'm gonna yield to you for a minute to explain to us what you think from your expertise, where we are and what we need to do. And we're gonna give you more than 3 minutes, but not many more. Okay, thank you.
That's fine. It won't take me long to explain the anatomy of the problem that we face. Thank you, Senator James, for inviting me. Formerly, I worked with the Obama administration in DC and worked in the Department of Health and Human Services. And specifically, I worked with programs that served the people related to health and also, thank you, and also related to housing. So, as far as this issue is concerned in Georgia, the reason I've become very familiar with this issue is because I've been volunteering to help people that have been impacted by this issue and working with the community, various groups, next of kin that have been intimately involved with the solution. And the state of Georgia has an emergency. The state of Georgia is in trouble.
Yes.
And I'm going to give you a brief glimpse at the statistics, at the data, because I want to speak to you about the facts and then speak to you about the prescriptive analysis. But I want to be diagnostic first and explain to you how we got here, because a lot of people do not understand the nature of rent control, where it originated, and how we evolved into this condition where people are living in Walmart parking lots.
And under bridges.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So the problem began in World War II. In World War II, there was rent control across the entire nation because the federal authorities implemented rent control because landowners and property owners were taking advantage of soldiers' families. So they implemented rent control across Georgia, obviously, and across the United States. And it gave relief to a lot of families and allowed these families to live while their leaders, the father was in war. So it was kept, that law was kept intact for years until the 1980s. In early 1982, late 81, a lobbyist group from outside the area made a decision. It was a Realtors Lobbyist Association. They decided they would transform this rent control law that was across the United States. There were controls on rent, and they decided they would lobby individual states to allow the property owners, to allow realtors to raise the rate of rent to whatever they desired, without regard to the impact on education, safety, youth development, and economics. And that's what's hurting Georgia, and I'll explain that later. So what happened is that after this was passed by the state assembly, the Georgia State Senate, the Georgia House of Representatives.
What year was that?
It was passed in 1982, I believe it was correct. It was introduced earlier, but the law, 84, thank you. And so the law went into effect, and once it went into effect, then you attracted outside investors, which is another nature of the problem too, why Georgia has a huge problem with property and why people are being evicted at such a high rate. So when the law was changed and it transitioned to corporations, private owners could quote a price for rent, and it could be whatever they desired, the landscape of Georgia began to shift. There were still some market influences on what the rate of rent would be charged. But what happened is that corporations came into Georgia in the early 90s. They really came in during the recession too. They purchased a lot of properties that were vacated due to people losing their property during the recession a few years ago. When they purchased that property, these major corporations like BlackRock, they were major corporations. They began to control the community. So they began to dictate the education, the social capital, and the opportunities for youth in your community without Georgia even knowing it. So obviously, since the law was passed in the state Senate and the state House of Representatives, all of the legislators here have to be a part of the solution, because the realtors lobby, they were smart enough to know they wanted a consent and a decree to come from, and legislation to come from the state house. So they superseded any type of rent control on the local municipality level.
So there was a ban on rent control that was passed in 1984 that said that no matter how many people were evicted, how many people were impacted by rising rent, that a local state or a local city government could do nothing about it. It was a very strong bill that was passed by the legislators in this body. So therefore, the only solution has to originate from where the problem originated from. So since the problem was domiciled in this state office, the solution has to come from all of the state legislators, the administrators, and people like yourself. Because now what is going on, there are several corporations that own over 20,000 homes just in Atlanta. The rate of rent is increasing 20 to 30% as we speak. In 2022, and the numbers I have from third quarter fiscal year 2023 are astronomical. For Gwinnett County, the rent rose 60%. A one bedroom in some areas can cost between a one bedroom cost $1,800 to $1,900. So it's becomes so bad that the FDIC, which watches all the economic indicators and metrics, they have said that parts of Georgia are housing deserts when it comes to affordability and when it comes to housing that is open to everyone from different economic levels and strata. So Georgia's in trouble. They're tracking evictions. And the reason you have so many evictions because they are transitioning affordable housing into upscale luxury housing. So there's no regard to the fact that Georgia is not on an equilibrium when it comes to salaries, when it comes to wages. So Georgia has a unique problem because on the book for years, our livable wage has been dismal.
Yes.
The livable wage has hovered around $7, $8 an hour. Yeah, $7.25 an hour. So while the cost of living has increased, there's been an inverse correlation in the cost. The cost of living has increased, but wages have decreased.
Okay.
So people have been faced with increased costs of gas, costs of food, and they're making hard decisions. And there are a number of people that have come to me and the community, great community groups that are behind me in this audience, they have just offered to help people for free because you do have a dilemma. If you continue on this track, then number one, you're going to have massive youth development issues. Because if you do not, Senator James, have a stable home for these children, they will resort to any form of economic stability that they can find. Yes. So what will happen is if you continue this erosion of the homes that I'm begging everyone to listen to based on my studies and the evidence that I've been able to review, Georgia is moving toward a rate of housing increase that will push people into a limited number of spaces. Now, what does that mean? They're going to push people out to areas where they have no transportation to move to where their jobs are located, which is called job displacement. So the people need the jobs to be close to their home. So now you've increased their transportation costs. Now you've really made it tough for them to maintain a job. So now the people have limited job choices. They have issues with transportation. They have housing challenges where the cost of their rent could increase 30, 40%. Like I told you in Gwinnett County, it increased 60%. So now you have a situation where children will be in flux. I focus in on children, but a lot of people are impacted by this rate of increase decision was made by this body. This body decided that they would put a ban on rent control, which is why you need SB 125. Other states have made a decision that we will stand in the gap for the people because you have an injustice going on. You have injustice going on because you really don't have democracy in the state of Georgia. And I'll tell you why in my last few minutes is that So democracy is based on people that have a vested interest in that geographic area, contributed their hearts, their energy, and their time into the deliberation process, which makes their decisions pure and strictly community focused. So when you have people making decisions about your community, making decisions about the cost of rent, where you're going to place schools, because if I change the housing in your community, I just changed the anatomy of your community. I just changed the voting base of your community. And I'm in Connecticut. I'm in Louisiana. I'm in New York. And I own an investment company that just bought up half of your community. I don't really care what happens to the children. All I care about is the fact that now you are considered an investment for me. You're part of my portfolio. You're not human. You represent equity. So I don't know how clear I can be to show you that you have a problem. So some states have even put controls on foreign investment, which I recommend. Florida, because they realize that there's when corporations begin to make decisions about your community, that community is in trouble because they don't make holistic decisions. They make decisions that are strictly based on money and greed. And that's what you have in Georgia. If you do not establish some control of rent and look at justice, look at equity, look at stability, everyone does not make in Georgia $70,000, $100,000, because rent should not be more than 30% of your income. If it's more than 30% of your income, you are moving toward a state of instability and the threat of being homeless, and you're running the rate of having challenges as far as bankruptcy and all the issues that we've seen in our citizens. So I hope I've painted a clear picture of how the problem originated, that the state legislator is where the lobbies came to create this mandate and to reshape Georgia, which is why Georgia has a housing deficit and is a housing desert based upon the assumptions of the FDIC. So I'll stop there for any questions, Senator James, and entertain that.
You're number 8.
Thank you.
And then you'll be next.
I appreciate you laying out the scenario and connecting dots. So it's not just about the rent and the costs, but the implications to our larger communities. And I appreciate the recommendation that you brought forward. Wondering if there's anything else that you would recommend us to consider, even because you have experience kind of looking at this from a national perspective. Are there things that you've seen other states do in addition to limiting or preventing foreign investment? Anything else that we should be giving real consideration to that you've seen work especially well in other states?
Right. A number of things that would make a difference. I would say Georgia could make immediate impact by changing the wage laws. There has to be a change in the minimum wage law that would push the level of discretionary income that people had to pay their rent. I think secondly, you have to address the issue of foreign investment or outside investment. You have people in Saudi Arabia making decisions about an African-American child and where they can live, can and cannot live. And that is atrocious. So I think that you have to address that issue. The other issue is that you have landlords that cannot be reached.
Right.
There's an issue with proxies. So you have to become very savvy in how you deal with these property owners, because what they do, they evade the property owners. When you have people renting apartments and they do not maintain their property, because many of these landlords are slumlords. So immediately you could require that they be accessible. You require they have an office in Georgia that is occupied by a real person that will respond within 24 hours to code enforcement rules, because many people are living in roach infested, inhumane conditions in these houses, in these homes. And that would make immediate change. Then I think you need to create a housing zone where opportunities, housing opportunity zone. And what they've done in some states is they said that, hey, we see this area is being gentrified. So you need to take immediate action because these corporations are quick, they're swift. They have more in their arsenal than an average everyday mom and dad. So their focus is how they can take over communities. So you need to have a plan, a housing opportunity zone where you actually maintain affordable housing. And I don't want to say affordable housing, but it has to be housing for low income individuals and address the issue of AMI. AMI is hurting a lot of people. The definition of the annual median income, because what happens is the lobbyists, they influence certain administrators and legislators to say, well, we only need 70% of AMI. Well, what you're doing is you're including in the aggregate upper echelon communities. They're being positioned with communities that are on the poverty level. That skews your numbers. So every community needs to have their own AMI based on that tight zip code. So now you can make immediate impact on that, because then the money for housing would go to the people. Now outside investors are taking the money that's supposed to go to people and they're using it to build luxury apartments. So those are things that would change immediately if you could do those things.
Okay, and we have other short, you're next? Who's next? Okay, and then you'll be last, and then we're gonna take just two more people to speak and hope that you'll work with us for the next time. But so don't beat me up. Let me see. Where are you? Number 11. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins, so very much. A lot of my research in my House Bill 627 for the removing the prohibition is quite parallel to what you've said, and we really appreciate you breaking it down, because some of it that my assistant did the research on, it was over my head, but you did a phenomenal job on doing that. So I saw that you signed in, but you didn't give us any information about you or, you know, what organization that you're representing, or is there a business or a company or something?
I came in this presentation today to speak for all the organizations, so not particularly one. So I want to speak to, I'm definitely work a lot with Next of Kin, but there's a lot of organizations that are Next of Kin actually really has been pushing the whole rent control issue. And so I've been working closely with the team there, Margie and Jody, and we've been working to really push this issue to a level, because the issue is that there's going to take a group of organizations, a collective, to change the narrative that we have in some of this.
So now, what is the best way for us to reach you? Should we want to refer back again?
I'll give you my number, 202-549-2051. Because I work a lot with youth development. My focus is a lot on youth development, because I noticed that because these homes are eroding, that's the reason why you have gang violence.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, so you have, it's really simple to understand. It's not hard to understand why you have gang violence in these communities.
Yeah,
So
and I mean, and we have an average night in Georgia, statewide, we have about 9,499 people that are homeless.
Right.
And it's on an average night, average. So, I mean, it's just like you say, it's so broad that each area has to be tapped in order to bring this full circle. But I want you to repeat that number for me one more time, please.
Right, 202-549-2051.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Tell them your full name.
Rodney Mullins, Mullins. Thank you.
Wow. We have, everybody wants to ask you a question, so I'm gonna, which one are you? Okay. Representative Cummins, go ahead.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Mullins. Good to
And-
see you again.
And before you do that, let me say, the last time you talked about veterans.
Okay.
And so I've been talking to the veterans, and this is Veterans Day weekend, right? Amen.
Yeah.
And it was so many veterans that really have a concern about the doubling and tripling of their rent. And they want to know what we need to do to help them as veterans. And I talked to the chair of the Veteran Affairs Committee, and he told me to talk to you and find out if we want to have a separate bill that will address the issue of housing and rental and all of that for veterans. So
Right.
don't forget me when I call this number you just gave. Don't hang up on.
All right.
I'm taking all your time all the time.
Thank
But I appreciate it, and I'm gonna let Representative Cummings ask her question.
Right.
Good afternoon. It's really good to see you again. We met at the Housing Justice League
Right.
event this past summer. And I'm wondering, based on your expertise and what have you seen nationwide, if we were to put some type of legislation in place, what state could we possibly model? New York is just, to me, totally different because of their history. But is there any one state where you see a rent control model that is, working and really helping people?
I think. Right. I think definitely.
Maryland,
Right.
oh, and New York.
Yeah, but New York, like I said, I don't want to count New York. I know about New York. I was asking about other.
I was right. I was going to say Seattle, Washington State. She's totally correct. Washington State has a good model because they've done some great things as far as stabilizing housing. And then you have to make the mandate in such a way that you connect with the free market, because you can't restrict capitalism. So that's the challenge that you have. You're going to have lobbyists come in and say, we can dictate what we charge, but they have balanced the need for community stability and then work within the constraints of capitalism to come up with laws that work for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Maryland.
Montgomery, Maryland.
And Washington, yeah,
Montgomery.
Maryland, Washington, yeah, right.
Montgomery.
Right. Right. Oregon does have.
What was the other thing?
Right.
Washington State.
Right. Washington State, yeah.
It's gonna be preempting what the cities are doing, because I think we had about 7 states that allow the cities to do it and they're not doing it.
Right.
To implement rent control, but they're not doing it.
Right.
Is there a reason behind that?
Well, a lot of times what you have to do, if you implement rent control, you have to have an enforcement capacity. That's what happens with a lot of laws. There are a lot of laws like source of income discrimination and laws that there are people who won't accept vouchers. So you can pass any law, but if you don't have a component in there for enforcement to make sure that what you want to happen happens, then what happens is the law falls flat in the community. So a lot of states did not have an enforcement capacity behind rent control. If you say you're going to control the rent, now you have to have a place where the renters can come to you, then you respond, and you respond rapidly, and you have to have some type of penalties involved, because the only thing these corporations respect are enforcement and financial fines and things like that. Then they'll listen to you.
So what you're saying is Senator James's legislation and my legislation is really not the route we should be going, because all we're asking is to remove the prohibition from the state so that local municipalities can implement rent control where it is needed.
Well,
And so
right.
if they're not going to come in with enforcement, then it's going to fall. Nothing happens. Is that?
But I think the issue with let me tell you the solution that the starting out with SB 125 is great, because now you have to open it up.
Right.
Because it's going to be a battle just to pass, because many of the legislators are property owners, big property owners. So once you get them to eliminate the ban on rent control, now you can you need to put money behind the problem. See, the challenge with SB 125 is that it's a great bill. It opens up. We just had to get started that with Senator James, but every piece of legislation has to have some financial component, because you better fund the enforcement, because these local municipalities are already overburdened.
Right.
So how are they going to implement rent control and then, address the issues that they have in their community and the accompanying laws that address foreign investment and all of that? So you're going to have, so the state could implement this surplus that you have. Since the state does have a surplus, you could take that and shift it toward homelessness mitigation from the level of corporate manipulation, corporate greed, and address that whole issue that corporations are causing a lot of the displacement that you have with homelessness.
Wow. So we've got to get it. That's okay. Thank you.
Right.
Our challenges, right?
Right.
And-
I understand. I understand.
And before we close, I know that you talked about the rent burden on Georgia families and young children before, when we talked before. And the research says that the National Council on Children in Poverty, published in 2021, says that 30% of Georgia children under the age of 6 lived in families that experienced these housing insecurities and rent problems. And their rents or the owner cost, that is the mortgage payments, exceeds 30% of the family's income on a monthly basis. So we got to make sure that we address that. And also you said about the senior citizens and the burden on the senior citizens. So in that same research, it said, according to the U.S. Census data from 2021, 109,270 Georgians that were age 65 and above were rent burdened. And somebody said put out, and that's true. And spending more than 30% of their income. In fact, they had to spend like 48.75% on an average. And so then they had to make decisions of how they were going to eat and what utilities got paid and the prescriptions. So we are listening to the good information that you're giving us. And I know that if we have you and others who are experts in our insurance people, like Senator Lucas, we'll be able to find out what we can put in this next legislation for January. And one last question will be, what's your number? Okay. Senator Lucas.
What I need to ask you is, would it be better to try to find a way, as one talked about, the veterans and the rent control that was done with the federals, as far as the state investing in subsidies, where you could control the amount of money that's collected, because you've got investment where you don't have to worry about your money. The problem with rent control is this: the city or the county comes in and raises assessment on the property.
Mm-hmm.
The insurance company changes the premium the following year, up the rate. If you own rental units, you got to look at, first of all, how you gonna get your money back? I mean, it doesn't make any sense for me to have renting units if I can't make money with it. You know, I've always had a thing about evicting folks. They got to go 2 months, and I go by and constantly talk to them before I go in the court talking about evicting them. The way they have taken the surplus, the state of Georgia, they've done everything they wanted to do for the various projects they want.
Right.
But when it comes to the investment of human beings,
right,
we've not done that. And what we have to do is find legislators that you can coerce, talk to them, pat them on the back, whatever, in order to get the votes to pass something that's substantive, where you can do what you're talking about doing, because income makes all the difference in the world. And you ended up, well, I got to pay the doctor bill, or I got to go see the eye doctor, or I got to put some food on the table, or I got to pay Georgia Power. So you don't have that many options outside of, you know, when you go to Section 8 rent, for instance, that's government. they pay X amount for X number of rooms, period. But how they do it now? They, I'm trying to figure out how they do it now because all right. So it's not rent reasonable.
Margie, come up here.
Right.
I live in a co-op, Wildwood County. You pay 1/3 of your carriage charge, and they do go by how many rooms you have. And like mine, I have a 3-bedroom tri-level. Section 8 pays $1,196. And no, they don't pay. It's $1,196 from my unit, but I pay $174 based on my income, and housing pays $986.
Right.
And it's like 25 families that own Section 8, and that's the reason why I came here today, because they are trying to put me out, and you know.
Can they do that?
I didn't have Section.
They can.
I didn't have Section 8, but I used to do it.
Not technically not supposed to.
And it used to be what they call rent
She know it,
reasonable
right, she
within
know
a neighborhood.
Right. So let me address what you said,
Yeah.
Senator Lucas. Two things on the issue that the premium, you mentioned the cost of premiums is increasing, the rate of taxation is increasing. Well, across the board, what we see in Georgia, taxes may increase 3 to 4%, but landlords are raising the rent 15, 20, 30%. Okay. And some property owners are doubling the cost of rent. So that argument that we've heard from some property owners doesn't balance with the economy because they're increasing the cost of their rent far beyond the increased cost of insurance and the increased cost of taxes. The other issue you mentioned, what could we do immediately? The state of Georgia could solve this issue within, I would say, a year or two, or a couple of months, because the state of Georgia and across the local municipality, they have what you call land that is within land-baked land. And then the state owns property that's dormant. They could designate that land to move that land toward mixed-use communities that address this issue of housing. And then that funding that you talk about could go toward building houses for low-income people that reflect the majority of Georgia. The majority of Georgians make below 50,000, below 40,000. So if the state was serious about housing, you could take this land that's within the domicile of the state that you make decisions on and say, we're going to designate, they have thousands of acres of land. They could take their land and say, look, we're going to control how it's developed. We're not going to let corporations come and flip it into luxury. 100% of it would be for housing for low income, but you have mixed use in there, balance it. Then you would move people off the streets because the land's not even being used right now. So they destroy all the housing projects in the city of Atlanta, which skyrocketed crime. And not to say that you needed housing projects, but you just need to renovate. Look at how housing projects were managed and say, look, let's try to improve this product, not just eliminate all the housing. And that's what they did in Atlanta. Atlanta has a major issue right now with housing, crime, youth development, education. And now the same land that the people in Atlanta were told they could come back to has been given to developers from Connecticut, from Gwinnett County, from all these different counties, and they're feasting on the land that was intended for working class people and people that are economically challenged. So if you want the solution, that's the solution. The school systems have land. They have old schools that are not being used. You could transform that into mixed use housing.
Thank you.
Have some students living there, families, and some higher income people. But 80% of it would go to low income people. Not the way it is now, only 3 to 4 units go to people that are low income. That's why you have the housing, because it's a game. The corporations play a game with the state, and they say, give me your funding, your capital, and they take it and they use it for a couple of years, even the housing authority, because we're battling the housing authority right now in the city of Atlanta. They take that money coming for Section 8, and now the same people that the city gave money to will deny those vouchers in that facility, and they will try to evict people. They come up with a rule, they come up with reasons to evict them that circumvent the law. Like they'll say, you know what, you were late, you were a day late. Or they will say, oh, your apartment, you become the problem here. They get rid of them, then they raise the rent on that unit. So there's a lot of games being played that if you have, once again, enforcement that I was talking to the representative about, is you have enforcement, you would eliminate all of that.
So let me ask, because in my research, I lean toward tax incentives and rent subsidies. So you're saying that they have already found a way to manipulate that as well?
Oh, yeah, the corporations, the way they manipulate it is that, number one, they changed the rule of AMI. They say if the average median income for an area is 50,000, they say, no, let's include Sandy Springs. So if you know Sandy Springs, if you mix that in, if you miss Sandy Springs in the area like Bankhead Highway, so that's what they're doing. The AMI is a aggregate of incomes, and what they do, they skew that number to include people making 200,000, 1.2 million in Sandy Springs. So now your median income is like 80,000. Now you understand the game. So now when you build a new housing unit, that people living in there are not actually low income, or they're not impoverished. And then they only give a percentage of that new housing to people that are low income. So yeah, so that's how you play the game. So they lobby the city and the state and the local now's that say, well, we only want to do 5% of low income housing affordability. And then they work with those laws. By the time you get done, they've only got 5 or 6 families in a project that's supposed to house 300 people.
Okay, so now, and I could be here all day with this, and I won't, Madam Chair. I will. I'm hearing that you're mixing the
What's your name?
upper echelon for like.
Write it down. I don't see it.
I represent a Rockdale County. It's 95,000 residents, and we have this massive building going on here. I mean, it's like more than 1,000 different construction sites that are throwing up these 350, 380
Yes.
townhomes.
Yes.
Is this the same thing that you're explaining? This
Right,
happening
right.
with this here with the game,
Right? Because see, all
how are they able to do that? How are they able to come in, and we've zoned a certain way? How are they able to come in and manipulate the game to their advantage, to where we're being inundated with all these townhomes that nobody can afford? And nobody's going to eventually, and I think it's mixed so bad that those who have gone through the normal procedure to qualify for them are mixed with those that they're trying to fill up with. You only need $1,500 down, and we'll give you a balloon note in 5 years. And you're mixing those two, so that when the person that can't come up with the balance in 5 years impacts the whole community, and then the ones who've gone through the right procedure qualified 20% down. They've lost their investment.
Well, because if I'm an equity investor from New York, I only want to flip that property. So I only need to use you for about a year. So I don't care what happens after that. So once I come into Rockdale County, in my analysis of these corporations, they come into Georgia. As soon as someone buys that property, they get the check from the bank. They're done. They don't need you anymore, Representative. So Georgia's not savvy enough to understand how they're being played. So what happened? They leave you with a community in shambles, because your community is going to be in shambles because of what you said. People have bought financial packages that are predatory.
Yeah.
So what happens is that you're left with a community that's in disarray. The quick solution is that cities control permits. Nothing can be built in a city without a permit. So all you've got to do is put within that permit, you could have values, in other words, principles. of fair housing for that whole area. Like I said, you create a zone and you say in this zone that we're going to build housing that represents the real people that live here. In Rockdale County, you got a large population that lives below 40,000 in Rockdale. So what you do is you make the housing fit the people, not the people fit the housing.
Well, our planning commission are denying those permits. It's another entity when it goes over to that are approving. So that's something totally, that's.
But you have
something
to codify it. You have to put it in the housing code. You can make up any
That's
zoning
fine.
code because back in the 20s, they had codes and what they call covenants that wouldn't allow Black people to live in certain properties. So a covenant in a law can dictate how that land could be used, and a covenant supersedes any type of loan. It sees any type of title if you have a covenant. So cities that really want to make change put covenants, and a covenant covers the whole land, and that's
But
what you
that's
do.
on a local level.
You can do that on local. Yeah, local can
I-
do that.
I need to be able to do it up here.
But you can set legislation to codify the fact, the same way you banned rent control, you could put a covenant on this new construction across the state that said that you're going to be reflective, that the housing has to match a certain percentage. It has to be proportional. The new development should match the existing population that lives there, so they won't be gentrified. And then you ensure that your housing plan is inclusive of the people there and not the investors that are moving there.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I'll be calling you.
Right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome. But before you though, you have to come after the two people have been called. Is Corey still here? He left,
Thank you.
but Miss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. y'all. And I look forward to talking to you again.
That's the problem. Stand up.
Yeah. Miss Brenda Dela Cruz.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Most everyone that's come before has outlined what problems we have in HOAs and how it can be literally torture in Georgia.
Uh-huh.
And the councilwoman from South Fulton outlined a lot of our problems. But we have a problem in we cannot vote out our board. And proxies, I have a document and I'll hand you a copy from the Buckhead Condo Alliance that outlines how proxies are used to make people cronies. They stay in office perpetually. You can't get them out. On our particular board of 5 board members, 4 of the 5 are appointed. The president of the board has been there over a decade, controls, if you say anything, then the fines start at basically $2,500. And in Georgia, properties can be taken at $2,000. If you don't have a mortgage, they can start foreclosure in 10 days. We have a neighbor, I have a neighbor, early retired physician, that he had a fine of $2,500 for sitting in the lobby when nobody was there on a holiday reading a newspaper for 10 minutes because he was considered not liked by the board. And so anyway, he said, and I happened to be witness to another time that a concierge said that he stole food. Well, why would this doctor steal food? I happened to be speaking to at the time. He didn't steal food. Somebody delivered food without his authorization while he was taking a shower from a tennis game. And then he took it back. So anyway, since they wrote him up as stealing food, he made a sarcastic remark. He got fined another $2,500. I mean, it is torture. And I can give you the outlines of how proxies are used. And our management company contacts the homeowners to give their proxy. The proxies in the past have always already had the board president's name on them.
Okay.
So the name is already there. The rentals, were by our bylaws, we're only supposed to have 25% rentals. We have more, but we're not allowed to find out how many. And landlords have told us that they're told they can't rent, they'll lose their right to rent if they don't agree with voting with the agenda. So we have perpetual boards that we cannot get rid of. and all the other things that you have seen. It affects rich and poor. But in this country, we now have, as of 2021
Senator.
statistics,
Gotta go
over
make it.
50% of the country are under HOAs. Built in 2021, over 80%. So it's a coalition between the boards, the management companies, and the attorneys. And our bottom line is we have to have a means of enforcement, like the gentleman that came before me. That is, I have been to heads of different committees all at the beginning of this year campaigning for Representative Viola Davis's bill. And everybody has basically told me we don't have a way to enforce it. So if we don't have enforcement, it's not going to happen. So thank you for addressing this issue and everyone else. But if we could have, my request is that we could have a clean, short, simple bill, because if we don't take a bite out of the proverbial apple, we'll never get anything done. We need to have a short page, couple of pages bill that will cut out the most egregious of the violations, but also maybe something simple like the board members, if they violate this law, they're immediately off, and you don't have to have a long court enforcement procedure. So please consider shortening it to get to the point of taking many of us out of HOA hell.
Okay, yeah, no, but oh yes, I do have a short bill. I do have one, but we're gonna work on it and make sure. So thank you so much, and then we had been joined by Senator Dr. Michael Rett, and he's been down there, and I didn't see him, so I didn't recognize him earlier, but he's here with us right now. And Dr. Rett represents Cobb County. Did you want to say anything?
Thank you. I was a little late because I had to take care of some stuff with the Korean caucus that I'm a chair of, but this is going to take a coordinated effort, not only just from the state level, but we have to work in conjunction with county and municipal legislation that they have. But this is a genesis, and it's something to be needed because everybody should have a place to stay. No one should be tricked out of their place of living, especially when you've been there living a long time and have time invested. So Senator James and I are working together to try and work with your suggestions here and try and craft some legislation. And we thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have how many speakers left? I know we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Your name is Michael Shepard, right?
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'll make this really quick.
Put it on timer.
You guys proposed an ombudsman office, which I think is very key.
Mhm.
But one thing I haven't heard is the level of corruption. I felt like I looked the devil's lieutenants in its eyes dealing with the HOAs. And I'm going to tie it back to rent control and affordable housing as well. I'm dealing right now with the situation with the community by the name of Peyton Place condominiums. Yeah, it's like the show. So if you guys remember,
I know my sister lived there for years, and Margie also. And guess what? They stole their houses too with that mess.
Yeah,
But
so
anyway, we'll talk.
Right
Go
now,
ahead.
there's a president who basically said there will be no elections, despite having a quorum. There are no board meetings. And then get this, I have them on tape admitting that all of the HOA money is being collected in cash and being deposited into the bank accounts of personal HOA members. I've been working with APD Major Fraud Unit on the case all year. It is taking extremely long. And like many people stated earlier, your only resolve is to pile up a bunch of money and then fight to get them in civil court. Unfortunately, Peyton Place is not a wealthy community. A lot of the people are below the poverty line. And then furthermore, this HOA president was voted out and refused to hand over power. So I'm in the middle of fundraising right now. to get this person out, and we're about to file a derivative action to get her out. I don't know if we'll have the money to see it through, but it's better than nothing to at least start the process. She's also happens to own 14 of the 47 units in the community. Most of the 14 of the 47 are actually vacant, and she's a slumlord. I spent hundreds of hours creating a website, connecting to code enforcement, because there are children breathing in black mold, and I have all of their contact information. She refuses to fix it up, and she also does illegal evictions. She locks the water, which is illegal. She tosses your stuff out. I have the contact information with all these people. I've connected them with legal aid. A lot of the people cannot articulate to the best of their ability, so I serve as an interpreter with legal aid, because not all of them are English as a first language. A lot of people are immigrants and from outside the country. And then I'm going to tie it back to affordable housing, since I have 1 minute left. Right now, in Camelot, I was just getting a text message from one of the non-corrupt board members there, who basically told me that Camelot has 300 plus units, 150 are vacant or squatted in. And the thing that sucks is people like me who want to provide low-income housing cannot do that, because Atlanta Housing will not provide Section 8 housing, because the proper boards can't access the money. The money's being stolen, siphoned. So once again, I'm going to propose that you guys propose an ombudsman office and some kind of funding for the Georgia Attorney General's office to have an HOA oversight, to fast track blatant criminal malfeasance and negligence. Because I have all the evidence in the world, but unfortunately, if it's not past a certain criminal threshold, we're forced to sue. And a lot of communities in the inner city do not have the funds to launch a $20,000 civil lawsuit. And then you have open prostitution there right now. I have on video. I have, there's open drug deals. And guess what? The landlord is the HOA president who refuses to hand over power.
What?
Yes. You have, I pulled up, and I'll wrap this up. I know I'm at time. I was going to fix up the property. There was a lady of the evening conducting business in front of the school bus stop at the intersection of MLK and Payne Place Southwest. So this is this type of stuff that we have to deal with. So I would like to speak again in the future and connect with you on speaking anywhere on this bill.
We do need to talk.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with some of this, but I thought that the police was taking care of it. But we will talk about it.
For
It's
sure.
in my colleague, Senator Harsina Tate.
Yeah.
That's her area. And she wanted to come today, and she was telling me about the same thing.
Yeah.
And my sister years ago owned a condominium over there.
Yeah.
And yeah, in that
a lot of investors want to provide low income housing, but we can't work with Section 8.
She said
we can't do that.
Yeah. So
Because
I
of- yeah.
know some of the problem, but we need to talk more
We will.
about that.
Thank you
and
for
we
your
don't-
time. I know
Thank
other people
you.
want to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, and squanderers. So it's been some squatters. I mean,
Squatters, yeah.
squatters.
So that's 150 units. She just texted me. There's 300 units at Camelot. 150 are either vacant or squatted in, and they can't do Section 8. And
They
also,
can't put them out either, can they?
well, some of the they come in, they do dope, they sell dope, probably trafficking. I wouldn't be surprised if that's there. And also 40 people have been murdered since 2020 in Camelot alone. There's 2 behind my unit as well, all due to the lack of HOA oversight. So lastly, if you go after incompetent HOAs in the inner city, you also fight health issues with slumlords, and then you also fight the lack of affordable housing. We talked about the shortage of units. So many units are off the market because of incompetent and corrupt HOAs.
Can you give me all of those comments in writing?
Yeah.
And then and I'll be looking for them. You have at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks really.
I have a
before we
website,
start.
tons of information. I will provide that all.
Okay.
All right.
That would be great. That would be
Peyton
great.
Place, I'll spell it Peyton Place, PLACEATL.wixsite, WIXSITE.com/30311.
Okay.
And you can find me on LinkedIn at
Where's-
Michael Shepherd. If you reach out and connect with me on LinkedIn, I'll
Okay,
connect
I
with you all.
see it.
Thank you.
Who's the next? Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. But you want to speak too?
I have spoken to this committee before, so I would like to offer.
You'll yield to one of them? Okay. Thank you. You gotta be very brief, okay?
I will.
Thank you.
Greetings,
Greetings.
Madam Chair and the committee.
Thank you. My name is Horace Lynch. I'm speaking on behalf of McCart Landing subdivision in Rockdale County.
See his name? Okay, put a check.
Yes. Mhm. I'm going to read a letter that I would like to be recorded and on record.
Okay,
Yes, homeowners
Okay.
association. Yes.
okay.
I'm a resident of McCart Landing subdivision located in Rockdale County, Georgia. There's a company building rental homes in our residential community. The HOA has been established and our community and homeowners are concerned that rental companies, if successful, will control 40% of our HOA as a non-Rockdale resident. McCart Landing has 533 homes planned for 3 phases of development comprised of owner-occupied homes. Currently, phase 1 has 184 residential homes along with 30 residential in phase 2. The developer has sold 125 lots in phase 2 to Quinn Residence, which is a company, yes, which is a company, a build-to-rent company in our community. The potential to purchase the remaining lots available with potential to purchasing the remaining lots in phase 3. Quinn Residence establishes communities which are 100% rental and has chosen McCart Landing to expand its revenue model. In McCart Landing, Quinn Residence will manage the deeds and renters would rent single-family homes. When homeowners purchase homes in our neighborhood, we expected owner-occupied homes and not a rental community. Based on the number of homes Quinn residents plan to purchase in our neighborhood, the individual company will have 40% ownership of the HOA. Homeowners are concerned this will negatively impact the market value, safety of the community, and impact the HOA's ability to make necessary changes to bylaws and covenants to address the needs of the community. To prevent this model from occurring in other communities, we propose authoring the below legislation. Limiting percentage of rentals in an existing HOA not to exceed 10%, right? Require rental companies to notify the HOA when a new lease is established. A minimum of 1-year lease should be required in existing HOA communities. Restrict rental companies' use of HOA amenities. So basically precedent should be granted to HOA homeowners because Quinn Residence is marketing that community or on their website and commercials as it's their community that we basically live in. And laws that curtail the extent of control held by declarants in communities. So for example, if the community holds a majority vote to amend bylaws or covenants and the developer deems it contrary to the interests of their company, the vote will not be approved. This prevents any modification to the bylaws that would favor homeowners when rental tenants move into the community. Without legislation that address these concerns, rental companies will be allowed to enter established HOA communities and convert neighborhoods from homeowners communities to majority rental. The rental companies that enter established HOAs present a risk such as not being available to address issues because they may not reside in the city, county, state, or country. Some rental companies based outside the United States have established U.S. entities to conduct business. For example, Quinn is the individuals that we speak with who are their declarants, they're located in Australia. But they have a shell company here called Stars and Stripes that we must communicate with. Okay. Federal Housing Authority and other governmental backed financing options may not be available if HOA with majority rentals is established. These issues are deterring potential homeowners from considering purchasing in our neighborhood and may impact the ability of existing homeowners in resale to their properties. We eagerly anticipate working together to safeguard home values, prioritize safeties, and amplify the voices of homeowners in the Rockdale County. Thank you.
Wow, can we have that?
Yes, and okay, thank you. And I've emailed that to you.
You emailed it to me?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And majority of the community within
Okay, when did you email it? Today?
Last night.
Okay, I didn't check it this morning. Okay. All right. Was Jody here? Huh? Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Amalot. I've been working through the community for over 30 years. And through our community, if I ain't sitting in English Avenue, where homelessness is a big, big issue now. I'm not only talking about families, you got senior citizens, you got veterans, you got youths and little babies. I mean, say crime have rise. And whatever they're saying, with the money that's coming in these communities, is not being affordable for low-income families. And it's a shame the way big developers come in from out of California and they come in, they take up these projects, but they skyrise the rent. I've been here and working through these communities for over 30 years. And the people that I know, known and seen, they're not there no more. Half of them is living on the streets. I'm talking about senior citizens. This is terrible. This is terrible. Atlanta have a problem.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not helping low-income families. So if we don't pass Bill 125 or try to put something in this bill to move this bill forward, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna let you know now. I be out here. And it's not what somebody telling me. This is what I work with. I work through this community every day. Every day. And high rises is going up. These senior citizens ain't gonna be able to afford it. And it's time for us to get together and do something about it. And I got a big voice, a big mouth, and a big movement. And I'm gonna let y'all know now. I got a lot of followers. And I'm gonna be out here during the election. And I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be here. And whoever don't work with these families, remember Amalot name. Because I'm here every day. And I'm well known through all the communities. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think you were next, yeah. And then, no, wait, before you, the one behind you, the lady behind you. Is that Jody? No, that's not her. Come up here. Hiding back there. You know, I would have. Okay, you'll be next then, excuse me.
Sorry.
I don't even have my glasses on, but,
Sorry.
you know, and plus, I got 20 people on this list. I'm just gonna call a few of you.
Okay.
So you will be able to speak in just a minute. Please, what? It's you want to see how many lists how many people left?
She has.
And thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming because we need your input. But you'll be next. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm honored to be here and I thank you for this opportunity to voice my issue here before the committee. My name is Vivian Kirby. I live in Marietta in a condominium community called Cedar Canyon Condominiums. We have an HOA, which in the end of 2022, they raised our monthly association fees from $300 to $350. And on top of that, they assessed all homeowners an additional $1,532.85 that had to be paid within 6 months. And then in our last board meeting, our last homeowners meeting, they have decided to raise the fees again, effective this coming January. There's no transparency on why they're raising the fees by the amount that they're raising them. There's no transparency in the way that the homeowners' annual meetings have been conducted over the last 3 years. What they do is that instead of holding traditional in-person meetings at a local church, they have gone to using Zoom to conduct our once a year annual homeowners meeting. And on top of that, when they hold the meeting, it's completely blacked out. The only people that you can see on Zoom are the faces of the board members. They're the only people you can also hear during the Zoom meetings. You can't see how many people are logged in to Zoom. You can't see who is logged into Zoom other than the board members. And you can't even hear or read the questions raised by some of the other participants that are logged into the meeting. And they will only cherry pick whatever questions they want to address and answer. And since I owe them, well, they say I owe them, they're saying that I owe $9,700 in assessed fines for having had a bird feeder and a birdhouse outside my condominium, and there's no reference to bird feeders and birdhouses in the bylaws or the covenants of the association. The rules keep changing whimsically from 1 month to the next, depending on the mood of the president of the homeowners association. And if somebody that they like is in violation of a rule, then all of a sudden what it is that they are violating is rescinded as a violation of the rule. And they can continue to do what they were doing, which used to be considered a violation. Okay. So it's all very arbitrary, and people that they don't like, they go after and terrorize. And if they like you, you can violate whatever rules are actually in the bylaws to your heart's content, and they won't take any action against you. I recently found out that there are several people that are renters in our community, and we're supposed to be a owner-occupied community. But more and more people have been selling to investors who then turn around and rent out the units, and they're permitting renters to participate in our board meetings, okay, and our homeowners meetings, and they're not being assessed the usual fee. Okay, they're not being assessed the usual special assessments of $1,532 like the rest of us. And some of them are homeowners, and they have not been billed or asked to pay $1,532. It's just, it's become so tyrannical. It's unbelievable. And to make matters worse, the community management company called Tolly Community Management, everybody in that company are related by blood to one another. And whatever the board members say, that goes with Tolly. They just, agree to everything that the board wishes to do to a particular homeowner that they don't like. And they placed a lien on my property, and they did not even inform me of the lien. Okay, just to make peace with them and end this matter, I agreed to pay them some amount of money just to move on with my life. Well, I was in the process of working on a settlement agreement letter. Okay, the amount was set at $5,000 just to get them off my backs.
Okay.
But in the process of having that letter drafted, they decided to fire their legal representative who was working with me at the time in the revision of the settlement agreement. Several months go by, and then all of a sudden, I received from a different attorney a letter saying that I owe $9,700 to the association. Yes, yes. They have the lien on my house. Pardon?
I hope you have a lawyer, do you?
They can't help me. I have retained 2 different lawyers, and each time I got hit with a fee of $2,500. And when the clock times out, that's it. They won't do anything further for me. Nothing. There is no defense against them. None. None.
That's why we want to have an ombudsman department, so you would have a person to go to and tell all this, and they will be working for you, not for the homeowners or so, for, they're not partisan. They listen to the real concerns and look at everything and could direct you. However, all of that is just is terrible. So we have to see what we can do to help you. We might need to talk to you individually.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And tell me your name. Did we put it down?
Vivian Kirby, Kirby.
Okay, I see it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Right
Yeah.
here.
if I may,
One question.
I did-
And then, ma'am, what's your name? And you come on.
I didn't,
Huh?
what was the name of this where's this?
My name is Vivian Kirby, and the association is Cedar Canyon Condominiums.
Which is what part of town? Where?
It's in East Marietta. I think they changed the name to East Cobb, the city of
Okay.
East Cobb.
Because
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I got a little confused. You said that they increased your monthly association fee to $350.
Yes.
So what was the $1,500 assessment for?
Oh, they just gave us a song and dance routine saying that it was related to a prior flood that we had where some of the units had been flooded because of a backup of sewage water when we had a strong rainstorm.
We need to, Madam Chair,
Yes.
what would be amazing is to have we organize a public rally and have all these testimonies to go to the media so the media can report some of this. Absolutely.
That is a good idea.
Yes,
to do.
absolutely. Where they see you instead of us. And they hear from you talking, and these same individuals that are here testifying today be willing to come back and get in front of participate in that rally and get in front of the media and share your story. We can shake, rattle, and roll them, because I'm nervous right now. I'm nervous, and I don't live in an HOA, and my mother was in real estate, so I knew not to ever buy a home with an association in the covenant. But I'm angry. And I just think I'm sitting here thinking we gotta go to the rooftop, to the mountaintop with this. And I think that if we just coordinate a rally where the media can come and hear from you directly and know what you're feeling, I believe we can get some immediate action, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will.
All right,
We
thank
will
you.
take your advice and do that.
Thank you.
I'll talk
Thank
to you about
Thank you.
finding a date that we could do that and get the media people. Okay. Okay.
I don't have to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank
Hey.
you. I appreciate you. Me? Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Senator. Thank you. I appreciate you, Representative Davis, and thank you so much. I'm gonna be real fast, but it's gonna be real dire. The word for me is receivership is where we are.
Receivership.
We are a very solvent community. It's the Woodstone South community located in Clayton County, Georgia, in the city of Morrow. I, in preparation for my retirement, a few years away, purchased ownership within the community. 2018 of October. I did not receive covenants until 2019 of December. What I received is from 1987, which means they're expired. Okay. Rules and regulations from 2001 also expired. Okay. The HOA and the board can't have it both ways. These covenants are expired. They will not renew under Georgia Code 44-5-60, established in 1994. They automatically expire after 20 years. They were developed in 1972. So we have board members that have been there for so long, 4, only 1 resides in our community. Okay. But you file corporate documents immediately after the February board meeting, for which that was the first time I ever received a notice for a board meeting. I've been there 4 years. So you automatically file corporate documents, putting the same people in place as board members. One owns 9 units, one owns 8 units, one owns 7 units. Never seen 2 of them. They have no establishment of Robert's Rule of Order. They are pretty much invisible. Okay, so with my neighbors who have been there 19, 20 years, they know that our HOA dues, which are $220 a month, increase from $180 a month. That $40 was to accommodate a swimming pool that they established and quickly demolished, cemented. The past 20 years, $1.7 million is still being collected in an assessment for a pool that doesn't exist. We have no amenities, okay? We are so stacked with LLCs and investors. To unravel this red tape, like the gentleman said, you need to know what you're doing. Because I can go from Clayton County Property Record Search and find your name in there as an owner, but your address is in New York City, Pennsylvania. If I go and look at your LLC on the Secretary of State website, your address could be in Timbuktu. Or it might revert back to the actual property itself for which you do not live in. You're just using the address as your contact information. It's on. Okay.
But you can have a minute to wrap
Okay,
up.
well, let me finish the importance, because I've been with this before, Senator. The ombudsman is so important for a community like ours. At this point in time, even after I tried to sue the CEO, I have to sit in court. She got an attorney on her right, an attorney on her left. The one on the left is going to tell you to object to anything that might be hearsay. The one on the right is to tell you to say, I don't recall. I don't recall. But you are the person who's been on the roof. You've been doing the plumbing. You've been doing everything related to the community, but you're not certified in anything. You're just paying yourself professional fees for services that we are not getting. We are literally paying into an ATM machine for them to regularly make their deductions. They do not live there. Okay. Everything that was said before, you try to get a meeting, no meeting. You talk to the attorneys, they shut down. No one is going to respond to dead documents because it puts you on the hook legally for responding to these documents. So anytime I say, according to this, they get quiet. They're going to shut down. So as I said, receivership is where we need to be. We collect $382,000 a year in dues. We have no swimming pool. We have no tennis court. We have nothing. And as the gentleman said, when it comes to getting support, you can't get it because there's no person there, just LLCs. That's it. So that ombudsman, if we could have got to the ombudsman part before we got to the receivership part, we could save, and we can still save the community. We have no way to get rid of this board because we got attorneys who are going to come with them and make sure that you can't get rid of them. We should be able to just kick you out based on the premise that these documents do not perpetual in, renewing. And so this is where we are now. I have budgets, I have pictures, I have the board member feeding cats. I got to deal with one who feeds cats, board members. I got cats around my property. I have one board member whose unit I had to help a young lady move. His unit has mold in it. My parking space, my property was flooded because you wouldn't make a simple fix to a drain pipe. The water was in my house. That's my floor wet. My coats molded. I had to go through all of this to take them to court just to listen to her say, I don't recall. And the attorneys tell her to say that this is not your thing. You don't do this. This is what our property looks like. This is what the streets look like. I had to beg you just to pressure wash. We can't get the units painted. We can't get the roads paved. But you're taking $380,000 a year of our money. So we need it. I have the budgets here. I'd like to leave it all with you. The ladies' bathroom. This is the mold. This is a man who is a board member who owns 9 units in our community and doesn't live there. Okay. And that's the hard part. We need help in getting rid of these people. And we can't do it with covenants that are expired. We can't do it with attorneys who are working with state legislators to pass bills that are counterproductive to what we're trying to do. And so when you see an attorney on his website and he sponsored a bill that will allow you, and I believe it's SB 46, that will allow some entity to come in and take over your distressed HOA. Well, who said it was distressed? Nobody. You swooped in and you took it over and we're being held hostage. Now, if you don't pay, you will be on the street. But if you complain, you get harassed continuously. So we need you. $1.7 million. We've been paying 20 years for a swimming pool that don't exist. That's a lot of money. If we add up the money that they've been collected under covenants that are expired, we're talking $9 million. Yes, we're talking $10 million. It's very imperative. I needed to get this to you. I needed for you to have it. I have my own copies, but I just needed to be heard today, Senator. And I just really, really hope that this gets off the ground running. And I got my boots ready.
With me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Get it back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And I will, thank you.
Thank you.
It's, okay,
And I was emailing you the zone, Senator.
okay, okay, so it's under what? You emailed me?
Yeah, Miss Karen Thomas. Yes.
Oh, we can't, okay.
Yes, ma'am. No, I've been seeing them. I've been adding them to the Santana. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let me see. I know the lady behind you, you still want to speak?
So I'll speak really quickly.
And then you and you. And then who else? Okay, did you want to speak? No. What about you? Okay. Okay, we
So-
almost wrapping up now. But
So I'm
they
gonna
haven't
be-
put us out, but they,
Yeah, I know.
but,
So
but
thank you
they're on the way to
guys.
do it. Okay.
Thanks for you guys for staying. Thanks for listening. My name's Donna Jones. I live right over here in Summer Hill and I'm in a townhome community. So I have not read, I don't know if you actually have drafted the bill for HOA. I have not seen anything.
Mhm.
I
What
know
is it,
you've mentioned
Senator?
ombudsperson and all of that. All I know is I have had an issue with my HOA since 2019. And this came about because I fell behind in paying my dues. I got a demand letter from a law firm. Within the 30 days, I paid $1,500, reached out to the firm. They told me my balance was $803. I sent a payment plan saying I would continue to pay my monthly dues, $200 a month to pay off the balance. Never heard back. When I followed back up with the woman at the law firm via email, all of it, she told me she was on vacation. And while she was on vacation, they filed a lawsuit against me, which, okay. So I asked, could they pull it back? I sent you the payment plan. After that was crickets. I got no more responses. It spiraled into, I ended up having, because now as a backup, I used to be on the board. I actually used to be on my board. So I knew everybody. I knew the lawyers, the HOA, I knew the homeowners. We only have 42 people in computer. I knew everybody. But all that to say, they continued, even though I had made the board whole and was current on my dues, they continued to move forward with the lawsuit. I was current and made whole the board by June of 2019. They filed suit. I got served in September of 2019. So that whole summer, went to court. And by this time, it was just all attorney fees. It was no more. Everything was current. So in between that, I had something happen. My father passed. So I had called a friend. I got it. And to ask as a lawyer, could he call on my behalf? Because they weren't returned any of my calls. They don't, nothing. You can't get anything with them. So all that to say, he was trying to negotiate. They wouldn't accept it, filed the lawsuit, went to court, lost the judgment, which is fine. Okay, so I'm going through the motions. They garnished my account literally the weekend right before the shutdown. Like that Saturday morning, I woke up, no money, and the Monday was the shutdown. Went that whole time. And after that, I mean, even before that, the whole time I was never ghost. I mean, everybody, so I sent email to the board attorney, email to the attorney at the law firm, email to the HOA, email to the property manager rep, everything you can imagine. Everybody ignored me, no response. So now
fast forward to 2023, a new board, actually 2022, I was able to address the board. They never responded. I asked my attorney to step down back in 2020. So it was just me. So fast forward, I'm gonna let all of that go to say, the attorney refuses to talk to me any longer. He told me the only way he would talk to me is if I had a lawyer. I can't afford a lawyer. That's all. Nobody wants this. Nobody sits and decides that they're not going to pay, and wants this to happen. Nobody wants to lose their home, to sit with that type of thought that they could actually take my home away. So I have now been forced to sign a forbearance agreement where they've thrown $12,000 on me.
Oh, no.
And I was current.
Yeah, did you get an attorney, a legal aid?
I called, so you can't find anybody. There's nobody. I actually called attorneys.
Legal aid.
She said it, legal aid.
I can't hear you. Nobody and even when I've called, so I called a state bar association. They won't handle, it has to be client attorney relationship. They will not, you can't file a complaint. I've called I got referrals from Atlanta Bar Association. And both of those attorneys said, they were like, 30-minute phone consultation. I think I paid like $45. And they both said, you know what, you probably have a lawsuit and this is going to be really hard for you to hear, but just pay the money. Because they have the control. Like, I don't know what the bar is supposed to be set at in order for them to even even look at your case. They won't take the case. They will not take the case. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like
yeah.
And so my thing is,
okay, and then we got two more people to speak. You 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to end with, and I have way more. I gloss over whatever. I just want to end with that. I want to be a part of whatever you guys are doing.
Thank you.
To make these changes, because this is
We're gonna make
unbelievable.
changes. We hope what you'll have to do is help me convince other legislators to vote on it. Yes, believe me, she knows how to lie. She's been doing the rent control thing. She owns her own house. She's a veteran. She don't even have that problem. She's just helping other people. She's she's the president of Next of Kin. So she helped the foster children too. And so I know Margie. and believe me, she do her homework before she'll say anything.
So yes, I want to be a part. And
please see Dory. Okay. Thank you so much. And both of you, right? So please come up.
Hello.
Tell us your name so we can find it.
Sure. I'm Jennifer Bryant.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bryant.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
Of course. Thank you for being here and thank you for what you're doing. I have some very similar situations. I had 5 units that were in HOAs. I owned a house in Lenox Park at Park Vista. And I got into a court case with my neighbors, which were an attorney, and he did not like me. I paid my taxes and another bill came and said I owed $856. I paid it. They sent the check back to me. They did not accept it. And I lost my $1 million home for $856.
They're doing that, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Because I've heard it too much and I'm disgusted.
Yes, it is disgusting. It's criminal what is happening. And what has happened to me and a lot of people here is criminal. And it should be dealt with as a criminal action. If you and I were to do something of this nature, we would be put behind the jail, underneath it.
Exactly.
The same should happen to them.
Exactly.
I also had a unit at the Oaks of Buckhead. And I got behind, I paid it up. 10 years later, they pulled out the old, did not list it as it had been paid, took me to court on that, said I was an attorney. I have never been an attorney. They took my property. That was a $400,000 property. I had 2 units at 12 Atlantic Station, 3 units, excuse me. The
Yeah,
same thing
I like it.
happened. I have documents to prove every single thing. The Habersham of Buckhead was another unit. I
Some
had a
nice
unit
place.
there.
Wow.
So I have experienced my life being threatened.
Hmm.
And I have moved, I was homeless for 3 months because they took every one of my homes.
Hmm.
I had to move to Gables of Buckhead and Brookhaven. I was assaulted, had to have stitches. Nobody helped me. The police, everything that I have given information on, showed proof of, no one has stood up and said a thing or tried to do anything. I moved to 1105 in Brookhaven. As soon as I would leave, someone would enter my house and go through all my documents. I just had to move under another name. And as of September 25th, which was a few weeks ago, someone tried to break into my house while I was there. He had stolen
sorry.
gloves and cleaning solutions across the street at Walgreens. I need help, just like a lot of people here, and I want to be your voice.
Thank you. Please, Dory, get with her. And yes, and you would like to ask a question, go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, are all these properties that you previously owned, are they under the same builder, same finance
No.
company?
I own them, and
Owned them outright without a mortgage is what you're saying?
some of them I did. And it was known, and there's a case number that I want everyone to know about, and it is 12-56193. That is a bankruptcy. That is a fraudulent bankruptcy. They took everything. They used whatever means. It wasn't the law that they used. They used undermined things to take my properties.
So you were working with someone that was supposed to be saving your property, and next thing
No.
you know, you had a bankruptcy.
No, it's much deeper than that. And it's a $40,160,000 insurance bond on my fraudulent bankruptcy per case. And there is over 12 cases per case, 100, and you can look it up.
So
This
do they have,
number here,
I'm sorry,
That's okay. This number is a civil action number or the bankruptcy number?
Bankruptcy. There are several actions out there as well. But the bankruptcy has 140,160,000. That is 12-56193.
oh my goodness.
I need
Were you
help.
on TV once?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's someone that had serious problems too.
Okay.
And
But something needs to be done.
yes,
And it's so good to have met Chief of Staff here on Saturday who invited me here. I did not know that this was happening to so many people.
mhm.
Um,
Oh, you at the HOA boot camp?
yes, along with my friend here.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. The and I was wondering, I thought that Marvin Arrington, Commissioner, I thought he was gonna come today. He was busy, but he was going to try to come to talk about the HOA boot camp. But you're gonna get the information. I don't know I don't know where we're gonna start. Do you, Viola? You say no? We do have to figure out, and maybe, and I think the lawyer left already, because we were supposed to be out of here an hour ago.
Well, I will supply you with every piece of evidence, and there is no transactions or audios available from any of my cases. I was led into a courtroom, and by the time they will get everyone out, I would be the last person every single time. And they have no audio, no transcripts. And the one case that 12 Atlantic Station filed in the Atlanta courts, they told me if I ever wanted to see them, I had to request them. They took them out of the system. They said that I was an
They-
attorney, which I've never been an attorney. And someone with the same law firm with 12 Atlantic Station has a young lady on my Bank of America account with a Caucasian lady as Jennifer Bryant with that same law firm saying that I work for them and I don't. So they've taken over my bank accounts a lot.
Was it, I mean, how could they steal your identity? Did
That's
they have the same
exactly-
name?
That is exactly what it
same
is.
name?
Yes, ma'am. It is identity theft.
Yes, that's
through-
what it
through
sounds
the
like.
HOA gang.
I'm like my colleague here now. I'm just shivering with pain.
I have been going through this for over 12 years.
Okay, well, we'll do what we can to address your issue and work with you. And yes, we do need voices like yours, to come and help us, like yours too, so that we can get this done, because unfortunately, all legislators don't think the way some of us think.
Yes, absolutely.
But we are for the people and not the politics. And so that's who you're seeing here. But it's many up here like that.
I see.
It's just that we need to get to them and educate them. And that's,
Absolutely.
so introducing the legislation will help, especially if they give us a hearing and allow us to try to pass
Perfect. Thank you so
it.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
thank you.
guys.
And I'm so sorry for all these problems. Okay. No, it's one, you're gonna come up, ma'am. You were gonna come up, right? And then who else? You gonna come? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I heard you say that you had yeah, housing, I mean, you had the,
And I got locked up. I'm gonna make a real story. So that's totally different from the HOA. This never happened. Corporate.
yeah, we need to get that information too, but we gotta go. Okay, so we'll listen to you, ma'am. Give me your name so we can find you.
Hi, my name is Katrina Drake, and I just want to say I'm grateful.
Your name is?
Katrina Drake.
Okay, Katrina Drake.
And I just wanted to thank everyone here for holding this meeting. I just happened to see, my mother just happened to see the news report and I just said, I'm not the only person. And all these years, I've always thought I was the only one. I want to first start by saying that I'm here today because I want to learn and I want to be a part. Like the young lady said, I want to be a part of this. I want to try to make a difference. I want to help and do whatever needs to be done to stop it, because HOAs, to me, they are like a gang. I've been doing this, fighting them for over 7 years, actually. I'm from Gwinnett County. And
We have members from Gwinnett.
I don't know what to do next. I wanted to read the letter because I have a surprise. I was surprised by this. I'd like to first I wrote this letter to you. Good morning, Senator James. I'd like to first thank you for taking this task to help families with this issue. It's definitely something that needs to be addressed sooner than later. My name is Katrina Drake, and I've been a homeowner for close to 20 years. For the past 6 years, which is actually 7, I've attempted to resolve an issue with our HOA to no avail. I've sought legal counsel 3 times, only to be told that there's nothing that can be done. This last time I really thought I was receiving proper assistance, to now just find out that nothing was being done, even though it's been a year. For the past year, the legal aid I've paid monthly hasn't done anything. That was confirmed when the sheriff knocked at my door last week. I was given 30-day notice of a complaint for damage and judicial foreclosure, which is this lovely document. I contacted the legal aid hotline and scheduled a call with my attorney, only to find out that she was not a civil
Lawyer.
attorney that could handle this.
Mhm.
So I was paying for something for over a year, and I was shocked and didn't know what to do. She informed me that I can seek other assistance, but at this time they would have to bill me more than what I was paying monthly. I've paid for 3 attorneys to hear my issue, write letters, and send documents to get no assistance with this matter. I've had my wages garnished for this matter and believe that the matter was resolved, only to find out later that it wasn't. I struggled to write this letter requesting your help as I don't know what can be done to stop this type of treatment of families. I lived in my home for close to 20 years. My mother now lives with me since COVID. I'd like to be able to resolve this issue due to planning to sell this home in order to purchase our new forever home. But that plan is now in jeopardy due to the foreclosure judgment. I plan to attend your meeting. I'm here today, and I would like to do anything that's possible to get assistance and to be a voice to let this be known.
Thank you. Did you get?
I
the
wanted to
letter
do
she
what's
sent?
needed to get through this issue, but I feel I need some type of guidance and assistance from a higher power. And I'll do anything that needs to be done. When you need me, I'll be there. I just need to figure this out. So I'm here to learn, and I'm grateful for everyone who has come
How
forward.
much time do you have before they foreclose?
They've
And-
given me 30 days to notify them of what I plan to do.
You gotta fill that out right away, and then we'll try to see what's next. You're in which county, Gwinnett?
Gwinnett County.
Okay.
Is that a summons?
Yes, the sheriff was knocking at my door.
Summons. Okay, so you haven't gotten to foreclosure.
No, it's all in here. They're basically saying that I owe them
Right.
$4,969.61, and they garnished my check. And I really believe that it's the legal fees that they're coming after me for, because I've never been able to get the breakdown of what was owed. So when they garnished my check, that was satisfied in August of 2018. So trying to be proactive, not trying to let it, go to the wayside. I was proactive in asking them. I reached out to the company and asked them for the balance. I believed it to be maybe $250. This is when they let me know that it was over $4,000. And I said, it has to be legal fees, because if you garnish my check and we're only 2 months later, how could it be $4,000? Why wouldn't you just take everything and continue garnishing my check? I never got any response to that. So I continued to write them letters. Come to find out that the person that was the lawyer that was handling the case, she no longer worked there. So her email address was not being monitored. No one was checking her phone.
Oh.
So I wrote another letter and said, this is not my issue. It's my issue, but it's not my fault. Can we come to some type of settlement? Crickets. So they wait and they sit, and then, you come up with something. So I wanted to be proactive last year. I said, it's too quiet. They want, exactly. It's too quiet. And, my mom's here, and we're trying to find a larger house because it's too small for all of us in there. So I said, let me go ahead and try to, figure it out now before we get to me actually trying to move. But now this is in jeopardy because, everything I've been trying to do since last year, paying bills, getting credit straight, things like that, saving money. And now I feel like I have to pay again for something that's probably really only $250, but you want to stick me for the lawyer's fee when you could have just had the conversation with me when you were garnishing the check back in 2018.
Okay.
So
now
I'm getting a lot of education here, and I'm so grateful for everyone. And I know it seems small, but oh my gosh, the woman, I'm fearful for her because that's really scary what she's going through.
I know.
But it's like, it's real, and I just need to learn and get assistance, and I need to know what to do next because I
your
don't know.
property is a condo or
It's a
house?
home.
It's a home. And you are who's suing you? The HOA or the mortgage company? Ma'am.
Mortgage company?
The HOA. It's
Oh.
Eagle Point Landing Homeowners Association.
Oh, Henry County.
No, Gwinnett County.
There's an Eagles Landing in Gwinnett? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the name of her apartment, her.
The HOA, the subdivision.
Subdivision.
Yes.
Okay. Let me talk to you after that. There's an organization that could probably help you at this stage because you are in the lawsuit stage, not the order from the judge. So you could probably get some assistance to stop that lawsuit there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whenever you
and-
guys are
and
ready for
we-
me to be on camera, I'm ready.
You have her information too, Doris? Okay, is our last speaker and, I'm gonna be in big trouble here because I needed to do a video and do some other things.
It's gonna be real short because as the young lady said, that I'm learning.
Say it again. Excuse me. What are you saying, Elaine? Oh, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you all for taking your time out. I'm learning. This is my first time. Miss Margie had asked me to come before, but I wasn't able to make it to the meeting. I live in Wildwood Park Townhouses at 405 Fathom Road. I have been there 29 years. I became a board member in 2019. And it just like started chaos when I got on the board because I'm a person that is in the community. When you get on the board, you take care of business. You don't get hooked up with the management. And I've heard that today. And that was the problem because me and another board member, we started asking for council checks and invoices to match. Within a month, we were thrown off the board. The vice president came and had a meeting and we was knocked down to just directors. So that was one thing. So once they knocked me down, before they finalized and I was like the treasurer. They was on Secretary of State. I went and took out the board account money because I knew what they was going to do come out of it. So I got locked up. The city of Atlanta came to my house and arrested me September the 28th. They said that I stole the board account money. I didn't steal it. I just went there to secure it because in the past, they have stole so much money. So I was, I took the check. The check was made out to Wildwood Park Townhouses. So in the interest of that, I stayed in jail for just, a day. And they let me sign my own bond because I had never been arrested. I ain't always did the good things in life, but I did try to do the right thing. So I got out and the vice president sent a tweet out to all the shareholders saying that Miss Sheila Zachary got arrested, so time in her unit. So my lawyer said, well, we'll use that against her. Defamation of character. So we got through that. And then I was automatically thrown off the board, me and Tamika. We have a burnt unit, and I'm going to conclude this. We have a burnt unit that has been there for the last 6 years, October of last year. They gave us $625,000. The burnt unit is still there. When we start, it's a eight units, 3 bedrooms with basements and 2 4-bedrooms. Okay. And it's still sitting there. So it's like an attack when you're going to speak out, about your community with the management. So they hired this other manager company, brought him in 2022. And we don't have any maintenance for 2 years. We don't have we don't have security. They fired them. We fired them. Yeah, we fired them in August. They fired them in August. And so that's what's going on with Wildwood. And we have investors coming in now trying to buy that location. 15 minutes from the airport. A 94-year-old member, she's been there 45 years. they sent her a warrant the same day they sent me a warrant to put me out. I'm in court now. I just had to pay a lawyer $500 to save my unit.
Oh, wow.
And then Section 8, I'm gonna close it. Section 8, I do have housing choice there. We got grandfather in 2012. It's about 20 of us there, okay? And the units, like a 3-bedroom tri-level that I have, is like $686. But when housing came in, they went up. So the unit that I'm in is worth $1,196. I pay a third of it and they pay the rest of it. They pay $986. They told a lie and went downtown and took out a warrant and say that I have not paid because they wouldn't accept my rent because I wouldn't give them the check back in their hand. And my lawyer said, don't give it back. So that's why I'm in court now. I got to go back on the 30th of this month and hopefully that they won't put me out. And the 94-year-old, she just got moved into a nursing home. It just devastated her. So we need help, Senator James. Yeah. And it's 65% senior.
Repeat your name, please.
Sheila Zachary, Zackery.
Okay. And Margie knows how to reach you.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Sunshine is my good friend, and I met you.
That's where I know you from.
Shorty Lowe is my nephew.
Okay. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yes.
The world is very small.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. 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 Did we miss anybody? I'm glad we didn't, because you know what? This is so important. It's so serious, but I did not want to let anybody leave here without thinking we were responding to them. So we are responding to your needs. We are concerned about it. And that's why the Urban Affairs Committee has conducted this whole, I guess we'll just call it it's more than a committee meeting, so I won't call it that. But this issue has been important to not just me, but so many of us, and especially over in the House. I want to thank the House members who are still here, who have been working on this issue for a long time. Would you like to make closing remarks?
Okay. I'm Representative Viola Davis, and my closing remark is I started off with a simple statement of protecting the American dream of home ownership. I have seen some of the worst nightmares, and I am still being shocked by some of the stories that are being testified right here. We have to come up with a solution. And I'm going to stay here, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
I'm going to stay here and do whatever I can to come up with a solution to a number of these problems, because we cannot allow this to continue.
I thank you very much. Thank you. And Ms. Taylor,
Yes, hi,
Representative
I'm
Taylor.
State Representative Rhonda Taylor. I don't think I shared my district before, but I'm in the awesome district of 92, which covers portions of DeKalb, which is Stonecrest, moving all the way into Rockdale County. And I'm full. I'm numb, because you hear about the stories here and there, and you see it on TV every now and then. But some of the stories that you all have shared, the courage that it took for you to come and to share your stories really has impacted me. And I've always been on this advocacy for affordable housing and the ability to have a part of the American dream. And so it is my honor to work with you all to make sure that you have what you need to survive in America. We're the richest country in the world. This is ridiculous, unnecessary, and we're going to do something about it. That we can promise you. So if you hang with us and we hang with you, then on the other side of this will be some form of victory. It may not be overnight. I can guarantee you it won't be overnight. But just know that we're on a mission and we're determined to give you the help that you need. Thank you so much for just sharing. And I pray for you all and I wish you the best of luck in anything and every endeavor that you have going forward. Thank you.
I thank you, everyone, for staying and for coming today. Thank you to the staff, the great staff that we have. Will this be the stream information be online? You can go online to see this where?
Yeah.
So you go to what? Tell them how to go.
You can pull it up from the General Assembly legislative website. There's also a YouTube page the Georgia Senate Press runs. You can pull it up from there. Give them about a couple hours to publish it, but it should be available.
Thank you. I need to talk to you, maybe not. I gotta go to a funeral out of town.